Testing 1 2 1 2. All right, as y'all know by now, this debate should have been going on at 7. But I got a call from Cube, and Cube had to reschedule. Cube have to reschedule. I don't know what's going on with the brother. I think the brother feel a little ill or something. He been up a little late last night. He feel a little ill, and he's unable to go on with the debate for today. Today's scheduled programming. Now, I don't know when I'll be able to reschedule this debate, but I don't know when I'll be able to reschedule, but he have canceled for today. So I don't know when I'm going to be able to reschedule that. But ain't no need to fear. You know why? Because this is here. And we're going to go in tomorrow with Zion Lex, 3 o'clock. Three o'clock is going down, y'all. Ryan versus Zion Lex. It's Deuteronomy 28:68, a fulfillment of the transatlantic slave trade. Sunday, May 25th, 2025, at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, starting live on Black News 102, hosted by sa.neter. This is going to be a good one right here, y'all. I know none of these brothers canceling out on this. So this is going to be a nice rumble in the jungle. I don't know what time it'll be in Japan. Judah, what time will it be in Japan? That way you can be able to watch it. It's going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern Time over here. What time will it be over there in Japan, Judah? This is going to be a hell of a good battle. I was going to give y'all today, being that we wasn't going to do this debate, I was going to give it to y'all today, but then I said to myself, nah, they don't look out. The people just like stuff for free. They don't look out. They let a few people pay for them to see the debate, but they don't like to chip in. I was going to give y'all this one right here. Let me show you. This one right here. Where you at? Yeah, this one right here. I was going to give y'all this. But then I said, nah, it's just a waste. Because the people don't show love, man. I don't know what happened to my real people, my real followers. You know, they are not getting the link. That's where they at. They're not getting it. Everybody's not getting it. So YouTube is not sending out the link to the real supporters of sa.neter Studios. I got a few of them in here, but they're not sending it out to them. You know? And that's what's hurting me. I need my real supporters to come back in. Because it's a lot of cheap Negroes that I have here watching me right now. If it don't apply to you, you know it ain't you. Like my girl Sakina Ra, you know I ain't talking about you, Queen. I see a lot of people in here that I don't get no love from, so you know I'm not talking about you, Sakina Ra. Or you hold on. Where that's that? Oh, here it go. Yeah, I would have gave y'all this right here. I would have gave y'all this one.
Many times I'm like, nope, I don't do those.
Hey, vocab, move over a little. I need you to move over. Don't be scared of Shaka, brother. I would have gave y'all this.
Peace and Black Power family. Y'all already know what it is, man. Y'all already know what it is. We got Shaka Upmost in the building. One of the elite teachers of ancient.
Go there with me, I'm gonna go there with you.
No, what I said, but here's the difference. The difference, this is what I'm talking about. That's false equivalency. What I said was a legitimate juxtaposition between you and him. Why? Because in his interview, when he began to see points to, I think, what's the guy's name? Wes, I don't know his name. The guy who debated.
Wes Huff.
What is it?
Wes Huff.
Right, Wes Huff. When Wes Huff promulgated his points and said what he said, Billy's response was, okay, I'll take your word for it. Okay, I'll believe you. And so,
all right, if you want to go to my channel, let's see if I got any videos with your name in it. If you really want, if you really want to waste our time doing that,
here you go.
I'd be curious if it is doing all the extra stuff.
I'm from Eric Mason to all you have to do is look into politics. If you look at politics, the thing is to speak as truthfully as I possibly can with what my faculties allow me to do. And
now, I'm not going to front. Vocab was definitely taking it to Kemetic. He was definitely taking it to Kemetic, going in on Kemetic. When you say don't be like that, sa, what do you mean by that, sir? What do you mean by that, Jones Jr.? What do you mean? Come on now, talk to me. Peace, apostle. What do you mean by that, man? Talk to me so I can know what you're saying. When you say don't be like that. Come on, talk to me. Don't get quiet now. Don't get quiet on me now, man. Hit that link, Apostle. I know you got something you would like to beef with me about. Every time Apostle go up against me, y'all, keep it a buck. Do I be kicking Apostle butt, man? Keep it a buck, y'all. Do I really be beating Apostle? Or, on the real strength, on the strength? I be kicking Apostle butt, y'all. Huh? Let him know. He's in here. Let him know he ain't ready for me, for the realismism. Let him know he ain't ready for the realismism. Oh, Sakina Ross at 50.
You got to
okay.
Be crazy, son.
Sakina Ross at 50-50. So she giving me you a tie.
They being kind to you, son. I mean, it's your channel, brother. What you expect, man? What you expect? I told you up in the debate, just like I did Ryan. So, I don't know. Before the debate happened, I know you was going to carry the narrative afterwards. You beat me.
So let me ask you a question.
You couldn't do that. You couldn't do that with Cap. You couldn't disrespect Cap like that.
Let me ask you a question, man. Because every time a Hebrew debate, Hebrews always win. All Hebrews always say, I beat him, I beat that, like JJ. JJ never lost a debate. You leave it up to JJ. Apostle, is there any debate that you admit that you lost? And if so, to who?
Black Jesus.
What?
You
lost Black Jesus?
The second debate, and it was a setup. You and Black Jesus called me out of the realm, and he was acting like he wasn't even taking it serious. So yeah, he had cartoons in it, all that kind of stuff. It wasn't
and you let a man beat you with cartoon slides?
I'm saying the narrative was that he beat me. I wasn't prepared. Y'all called me off the film. He had a presentation already made up. And I can't think of really remember what the debate was.
Sounds like excuses to me. Because
now,
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. When you get on the court and you suit up to play basketball and you lose, you can't say later on, oh, because my man was hurt, oh, because of this. Nah, you got up there and you suited up and you stepped on the floor. So, brother, either you won or you lost. You coming up with excuses, but you let Black Jesus beat you, bro. And then you think you can mess with me?
It was the first debate I ever had was with Black Jesus. My very first debate. And I
see that comment up there? Look at that comment. What does it say?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Africa. Is that your daughter? Ain't your daughter named Africa?
Where it say Africa at?
Africa first. Right over top of my name.
No, that's not my daughter.
Oh, okay.
Her name is spelled with a K instead of a C.
First. I don't expect. That's what I expect from your audience. I expect your wife to say you won the debate. You would always say she win. You would never say she lost a debate, even though Christina Nick whooped her. You won't say that. Yeah, so now I don't want no dead air, y'all. So I'm just gonna go ahead on and talk since Si's on the phone. But that's how I go. You know what I'm saying? Y'all surprised me when y'all gave me the
now hold on, Apostle. Did you just say that Christina Nick beat Nepal?
In that last debate about the priesthood, yes, she did.
Now, remember, y'all, I talked about this, I think it was the day before yesterday or yesterday. I talked about this, and I told you why it's important for Apostle to say that. Because he can't go with Nepal. Nepal is telling him that his priesthood come from Kemetic. So
Well,
of course Apostle is gonna say that Christina won. They got to say that. You see what I'm saying?
That's why she lost.
She didn't lose. She didn't lose.
She knew that our priesthood comes from the Most High.
No, man. Come on, man. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Stop that, man.
In the book.
Stop it, brother. The dude, no, listen, Apostle. The person who translated it and wrote it stole it out of Kemet, bro. Why is that so hard for you to understand? They copied it and she showed it. Nepal showed it. Which one was first? Which priesthood was first? It was Kemet priesthood first, right?
Which is first?
No. Stop for a minute. Let me show you why it do. Because if Kemet came out with the Kemetic priesthood, and then you see later on in biblical text, the copying, then you know it do have something to do with it. Don't make me call Nepal, man. Don't do that.
You can call whoever. In that case, Kemet copied from Sumer. Because Sumer had high priests 6,000 years before there was a Kemet. So don't get on copying. Y'all can talk all you want. It's funny how you have not shown that debate. And anybody that want to say that we don't even keep y'all practices, our priests never even buried anybody like that. The only person was buried like that was Jacob, because of Joseph. He buried his father in Egypt. So, of course, he used those practices. If we would have been copying off the Kmetic, off of Kemet, we would have continued that on. We don't embalm our bodies. What are you talking about? We don't nothing. We don't have no kind of same practices like that. Not even really similarities that you can talk about as far as our priests and the priests in Kemetic. It's crazy, Si. I know you're doing your best to fix it, but no, that's crazy. It's not similar. And to sit there and say we stole it, that's crazy. Come on. Christ visited Egypt. He was a baby. He was 2 years old when he came back from Egypt after Herod died. What the hell was he taught? What could Christ been taught? Man, y'all get off of that.
Hello.
Hey, baby, hold on. Real quick. I got you live. Everybody can hear you. Do you got time right now?
Hi, everybody.
No?
I mean, yeah. What for? What is it long?
No, it's not long. But Apostle was up here talking about how Christina Nick beat you in the Leviticus priesthood debate. And I said, and I told him, I said, you have to say that because you can't go with Nepal. She's telling you that the Kmetic priesthood predates it. And he's still saying, no, it's not true. Can you give him a little taste of it?
Okay, hi, Apostle.
We don't practice it. We don't.
Hold on, Apostle. Hold on. Go ahead, man.
What is? Oops. I mean, that debate was really good, but most people who said I lost didn't even know that she everything she was saying was just wrong.
Right.
Like saying go Becky Tapley, the priesthood is from there, and she's just grasping for straws. Yeah, that's what she was saying. She was trying to say, basically that the priesthood of Kemet couldn't have predated the Levitical priesthood because there was also a priesthood in Göbekli Tepe, but I don't even think that we could prove that people lived there, that there was a civilization.
They built it. But
I mean, my point.
I'm not going to sit here and say Göbekli Tepe had anything to do with the priesthood in Egypt or anywhere else. I don't know if they had priests.
Göbekli. I'm going to say this correctly. I'm sorry. Göbekli Tepe. It's kind of a tongue twister for me. So yeah, I am the pronunciation police. Go ahead.
Don't worry about the right pronunciation of it. Göbekli Tepe, whatever. But no, if Kemet was before, but clearly in the Bible you can see the Most High
1 second, guys.
giving instructions to Moses about the priesthood. Clearly, we see our practices when we left Egypt. We did not, other than the fact that Jacob was buried by Joseph in Egypt, and Jacob's body was embalmed. Nobody else's body was done so except Joseph, because he died in Egypt too also. And he was embalmed. But we did not continue those practices. They don't have the scapegoat. They don't have the inner court, outer court. They don't have the blood shedding and the blood spreading. They don't
say that again. What you say, Nepal?
The showbread.
Hold on, Apostle, because she's on the phone. Hold on, let her talk. Go ahead, Nepal. Nepal, you can't talk right now.
No, I can, but I'm just letting he's talking. So
all right, go ahead.
Why I gotta get cut off?
Because
no, you're not getting cut off. I'm just being quiet. No, he can talk. I mean, he can talk. I just wanted to jump in there. First off, Apostle, in my debate, I actually showed where Josephus shows us. Was it Josephus? I can't remember now. Huh? I think it was Josephus thing. Shows us that I got to refresh my memory, but there was an account that the Kemetic priests actually do the scapegoat practice. You get what I'm saying? sa.neter remembers it. Remember the scapegoat practice where I said they kill the animal and then they put the sin, they put the sins on it.
Right.
Yeah. Even if they do that, I'm not going to sit there and say they took it from us. God gave Moses strict instructions.
All right, in Nepal, let me let you go.
In the book. You can read.
No, I'm here talking.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you go because you can't get on right now. I'd rather you get on.
No, I can. I actually can. I'm gonna go somewhere. I'm gonna call you right back in. Or just I'll get the link.
All right.
All right.
Now, number one, Apostle, you know what saddens me, brother? What saddens me is that you're a grandfather. You're like 70-something years old, Apostle. There's no changing for you.
Why should
you still, brother? Can I talk without you interrupting me?
Go ahead, man. Yeah. But,
you still talking about God did this and God gave this to Moses when you don't have proof of none of that. You ain't got no evidence of none of that, brother.
What?
All you, brother, I'm talking, and I know it hurts. Just relax. Just relax. You don't listen, Apostle. I'm talking, brother. I'm gonna let you talk. You don't have proof, evidence of nothing. All you got is a book that's saying this happened and this happened, and the book is not even accurate, and it's not a history book, brother. There's no chronology in the book at all. There's only made up stuff, mythology. It's mythology, brother. You don't see nowhere where God said a goddamn thing. You read it. Oh, they said God said this and God said that and God gave this to Moses. Come on, brother. That's childish, man. That is
you do the same thing with Osiris. The exact same thing.
Oh, who do the same thing?
No proof that there was an
Osiris. All right. Hold on. You talking to me? Listen to me. Hold on. You talking to me? You said I do the same thing with Osiris?
Yeah.
Like what? Come on.
Like right now, you're telling me that the Egyptian priests that we learned from them, you don't have no proof.
All right, here's the proof. Here's the proof. Let me tell you the proof. All I said was who made up the story first. Where did it come from? I don't believe in Horus, Isis. It's all mythological, brother. That's what it is. A myth. It's not real people, bro. It's not real people.
That's your okay. So then don't tell me we stole it from them.
They go Naphtali. Naphtali's funny. sa.neter, you still teaching lies from sa.neter. You still teaching lies from 1985. Come on now. The Bible is a historical book. Naphtali, I was about to say I'll debate you on that, but I ain't gonna debate you, Naphtali.
No, you ain't gonna debate.
It ain't no fun beating up on you, Naphtali.
I
tell you what, though, Naphtali, I can get somebody for you. Hold on, Naphtali, I can get a sister for you, and I'm not talking about Nepal. No. And you know who I'm talking about, Naphtali. I can get a sister for you if you really want that smoke, Naphtali. Talk to me. Hit the link, Naphtali. Yo, my brother, why you talk when I'm talking, Apostle? Naphtali, hit the link. Talk to me. Let me know if y'all want to do you want to give up the smoke or she get the smoke? Go ahead, Apostle. Go ahead.
All challenges are mandatory.
Apostle, today your birthday? Today your birthday?
I will give up $100 for you to debate her.
Apostle, today your birthday, brother?
No.
When is your birthday?
On the 31st.
Oh, okay. Brother Live, they're giving you a happy birthday, brother. That's all.
Yeah. I don't even know when that is.
All right.
sa.neter, would you mind if I ask Elder?
Yeah. Hold up for 1 minute. Hold up for 1 minute, because Apostle's trying to give out $100 donation. I might take that. Apostle, you said that you'll give me what? 100 if I debate Naphtali?
$100. And I don't even know where I get it from. For you to seriously debate Naphtali.
You think Naphtali could beat me, Apostle?
I know she can.
Oh, man.
She's too far studied.
Oh, man.
I know she
All right. All right, go ahead, Jay.
Apostle, are you familiar with the proto-Sinaitic script?
I've never read it, but I know about it, yeah.
So are you familiar enough to say that those Semitic speaking miners who created that proto-Sinaitic script had some understanding of Kemetic, the meta-netter? Because some of those symbol signs are actually identical.
I don't know enough about it, have an opinion one way or the other. I've never read it.
So, but it was not a script, it's actually the first alphabet, right? So you'll see the Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Daleth, right? You don't know about
all
those?
of that goes. You can see that in the writings in Sumer. You can see that in the writings of
Brother,
Hebrew.
you can't see that in Apostle. You can't see that in the writings of anything. That's the first alphabet.
The first alphabet.
Yeah. So what you should do is look up the proto-Sinaitic script.
I studied Abaya. That's
So
what I studied.
Abaya?
Yeah, he's not understanding what I'm saying.
Huh?
What the hell is Abaya?
Right.
It comes from Eber. That's the right pronunciation.
Yeah, but see, this is what I'm talking about, man. You doing all of this and you can't use it in real life, bro.
Why can't I use it?
You can't talk to your grandbaby, Ibaya. He gonna look at you like, Grandpa, you smoking something, Grandpa? Grandpa, what are you using? And you're talking about Ibaya to your grandbabies, and you can't use that stuff in real life, bro. You wasting your time.
That's the Bible written in Abaya.
It's 8 o'clock.
Talking about
Apostle, I thought it was the Holy Kadesh.
what?
You don't speak Hebrew, do you? You're a Christian, or do you speak Hebrew?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you something. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you something. If Ryan beats Zion Lex tomorrow, I'm gonna have to bring Ryan in here and put him in the hot seat. I'm gonna have to do that.
Yeah.
If he beats Zion Lex tomorrow, I'm gonna have to really cook him and put him in my my investigation chair and go in.
Let me go back to this guy.
Go ahead, Apostle.
Okay, he just said, do I know about the Holy Kadesh? You don't really know Hebrew, then. He doesn't even know.
Brother, the
whole
word
point of me
go ahead, Apostle.
It's a Hebrew word that means holy in English. The word holy is English. That's all.
Brother,
do I believe in the Holy Kadesh?
I'm here.
The same word. One is Hebrew, the other is English.
And it's
So
used
don't say
it's used.
You
It's in
meant to
reference
say the Lashawan Kadesh.
It's in reference to writing. Yes, Apostle. You said, but so it's in reference to you said you practice the Habaya. So I'm asking you, what's the difference?
What's the difference in what?
The Lashon Kadesh and the what you say you practice.
The word Kodesh in Hebrew means holy.
Brother, I understand.
The word Abaya means Hebrew. The language that is spoken by the descendants of the man called Eber. That's where it comes from. The word Hebrew.
So Abraham spoke this language?
What?
Abraham spoke this language?
He don't know. He don't know. He don't know who told. Number one, hold on, Apostle. Apostle, hold on, because I got to move. Apostle, hold on, because I got to move the platform. Before I bring in Nepal to go in, I want to let Sakina Ross say what she got to say. She was here for a minute, waiting. Go ahead, Sakina.
Love you. Peace to the panel. Peace, brother. Can you hear me? Yes. Peace, sister. I made sure I got here so I could be here with you when you got here. I do have a question for Apostle as well. Because I kind of was talking to Napah about this, and she wanted me to do a show about it, and I've been working on it, and so here we go. So the Bible was told as according to Moses, and we know that Moses came up with the Romans, and so he had to go back because he was a Levite, and so being a Levite, this story was told to him, not necessarily being a Hebrew because he was a Levite, and also when he was told the story, he was into at least between the 16th or the 18th dynasty, or maybe a little farther down the road. So the letter J came in the 16th dynasty. We know that, right? Because Jesus' name wasn't Jesus, it was Yahshua, right? And so now we got to go into who taught what. So
no, I think your date's a little wrong.
Okay, no, we're not. But if we want to do that, we can, because here we go.
You said
Adam, let me go in because Adam had a wife, or Joseph had a wife prior to Mary. And that wife's name was Lilith.
Joseph who?
What are you talking about?
Right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You just made that. You mixing everything up.
No, I'm not.
You done mentioned 16th dynasty.
No, Joseph had
a J letter came in. Do you know what the 16th dynasty was?
Who had a wife named Lilith, and then the Bible changed it to Asnith?
Lilith is before Adam and Eve.
But Adam didn't have a wife named Lilith.
So whose first wife was named Lilith?
Lilith didn't have a wife. I mean, a husband.
Somebody had a wife named Lilith, and
Adam's
then
wife is named Eve.
Lilith doesn't have a husband.
I said Joseph. You said Adam.
No, why don't I let her speak, man? Apostle.
Joseph's first wife was named Lilith, and then in the Bible it changed it to Asnith. See, Moses said in the beginning. So Joseph had a first wife. Her name was Lilith. And then they changed it to Asnith.
Joseph who?
Oh, you know Joseph. Joseph that had the wife named Mary. Her name was Asnith. Then they changed it to Mary.
Apostle, I promised to let you speak after she finished. But when you keep doing that,
not in the Bible now, but
keep cutting her off, brother. Just let her speak.
Because the Bible had been changed 3, 4, 5 times, right? So Lilith was in the Bible at first, then her name got changed to Asnith, right? And then she became Mary. But lo and behold, she had a Kemetic name before that. And she had slaves. And Lilith's sister had a Kemetic name as well. So in the beginning, Joseph and Benjamin, and then they were in, because y'all know, the Hebrews know that Genesis wasn't the beginning. It was a re-beginning. Now say this is not true. All Hebrews know, because I was a Hebrew. I was a Nazarite. So Genesis is not the re-beginning. It's a re-beginning. That's why you were told to stay.
For you to be a Nazarite.
Excuse me, sir?
Possibility for you to be a Nazarite.
What possibility?
I said it's an impossibility.
No, that's where Yashiria came from. That's all the possibility. The integrity
Jesus
of the
was
Most
called
High.
the Nazarite because he was born in the city of Nazareth.
Okay, again, I was a Nazarite. I'm not going to say what my name says it all, sir. I'm no longer a Nazarite, but I still hold my name, part of my journey. Yeah,
do you know what a Nazarite is?
A Nazarite is who I was, and they still exist.
Who is? Like, what does it mean to be a Nazarite?
The Hebrews ain't not only a language, but you still exist, so you say. There's no such thing as an Israelite Hebrew, but yet you exist.
What does a Nazarite?
I took a Nazarite vow, and I were as a Nazarite Hebrew.
And what was that vow?
It's in my Bible, which I don't have on me. It's a whole Nazarite vow, and it includes it includes the locking of the hair. It includes that. If you don't know the Nazarite vow, how can you even be a Hebrew?
Not to drink wine.
Yes, it is not to drink wine. But at the same time, you're not to even have all this ascetical stuff, but yet you drink ascetic water, and then you eat certain ascetic food, and one depletes the other. You also can't eat meat. You can't eat meat. It's a lot of things, but you drink, and you're not supposed to drink. And I've seen you drink. And that's part of your vow, sir.
I'm not a Nazareth.
No, that's still part of your Hebrew vow. What are we saying?
It's not. Christ drank. What are you talking about?
Well, then why are we talking about what is a Nazarite and Christ was a Nazarite?
But you said
Jesus
you
was a Nazarite.
Possibility.
You cannot check me on something that you said Jesus did, and then you asked me, and Jesus was a Nazarite himself. You just trying to avoid the question about Lilith and Asness.
Was Jesus not from the city of Nazareth?
You're just trying to get off the question of Lilith and Asness. That has nothing to do with me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Apostle, you screaming. Hold on, Apostle. Can I answer that question?
I don't care. I don't know what the
question. Can I answer the question? So for the Queen, so I understand what you're trying to say, but it just seems that wait, hold on, Queen, just hold on. I didn't cut you off. I listened. So just let me. It sounds like you're conflating a lot of information. Like when you speak about Lilith, her time period is before like Adam and Eve, right? So she's supposed to be like she doesn't have a husband. But when you speak about hold on. So when you speak about Joseph, now we're jumping about 2,000 years later. From Adam,
she was Joseph's first wife.
You understand what I'm saying? When
she was Joseph's first wife. How is this possible when you talk about Adam and Eve if she was Joseph's first wife?
So I'm not familiar where you getting that doctrine from, is the question.
I got the doctrine from hold on, because I can pull it up.
Apostle, you don't know how to be quiet, huh, Apostle?
She finna pull it up.
That he can speak, man.
I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, you don't have no discipline, brother.
When y'all get common sense,
you don't have discipline, Apostle.
See, when I pulled all of it up off of my
talking about.
See, wait a minute, hold on. First of all, when I was doing my research, and then I pulled it up with my GTP4, and then I did the research. Now, mind you, I own the books, right? But my apartment will be ready, and maybe next week, then I can go get my books. And y'all know I have the books. 1, 2, I don't know. This was like a documentary on the history, the one you have to pay for. Now, they mentioned Lilith, and when I looked in the Bible, it said Asness. And I have on my thing the Bible verses that it mentions Asness. Asness was once Lilith, and she was married to Joseph. Now, the connection in the two was these people came out of Kemetic, which was AKA Canaan. Now, we all know that the Bible was told to Moses, who Moses was always in Egypt with the Romans. That's not no secret. They drew him out of water. right?
What do you mean the Bible was told to Moses?
Everybody knew that Moses was drew out of water, and that he was in.
Now I ask you, what do you mean when you say the Bible comes from Moses?
The story said this is how the Bible was told from Moses.
Are you talking about the first 5 books of the Bible? Moses didn't write the whole Bible.
The Bible says, as said by Moses, as told by Moses. Now, am I tripping?
You're talking about the Torah.
All right, y'all. Enough. We got to move on. Because both of y'all don't understand each other.
Okay,
y'all don't agree. So we need you, Sakina Ra, to get your books and get your information.
Okay, because now we don't know that the story was told as by Moses, and now they saying this was Moses' law, this was Moses this, the first testament, and now we not saying now that don't say that.
No,
now that don't say
that.
There
are 87 different books in the Bible.
No,
there are 43 different writers of the Bible over a 1,500-year period. There's one writer.
I'm done.
All right. We're gonna move on. Nepal, you got Apostle here. Apostle's here, Nepal.
Oh my Lord, I gotta go back in now. Just kidding. Peace, everybody. Peace, Sakina and Apostle, and I think the brother. I don't know the other brother.
King J.
Oh yeah, King J. I was gonna say King J, but I wasn't sure. So I was trying to say, if you can hear me all right, I have the AC going. It's 102 already. Arizona's not playing. Okay, it's like once Memorial Day is coming, it's like, okay, it's summer, time to start burning everybody up. So I have to run the AC. Well, I came out to my car. So yes, Apostle, the scapegoat, a similar type of ritual. My phone. Can you hear me okay? Tell me if I'm breaking up.
And now we hear you back.
Okay, honey. The similar rituals were done in Kemet by the priest for the exact reason to remove sin from the congregation, from the people. And the situation where they were like the sins were put on the head of the bull, and they would cut the head off and throw it in the river. They throw it in the river, and then they'd take the sins away, or they would go. I think they would go sell it to the Romans or the Greeks. I can't remember, but the heathens, basically the Romans. And so also they did goat and bull sacrifice. On the 8th day, they would rest in Kemet, the priest, and they would do goat and bull sacrifice for sin in Kemet. And remember that the Israelites, and I presented that in my debate.
Yep.
But I also showed that the priests did shave. I showed that the Levitical priests, when before they embarked on their journey as priests, they shaved their entire bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the Kemetic priests.
Yeah.
So it's a lot.
And one more thing, Apostle, one more thing, and I'm gonna let you. You don't hear me, Apostle. One thing, and I'm gonna let you go in. This 10 seconds. 10 seconds, Apostle. And another thing that all y'all Hebrews and Christians said that Nepal lost. You know why? You know why, Jay? Say why, Jay. You know why they said Nepal lost, Jay?
Why they say that?
Because they don't know nothing about the Kemetic priesthood. See, you can only say she won if you don't know about the Kemetic priesthood. Because if they studied it like Nepal did, they wouldn't be saying she lost. See, Nepal studied the Kemetic priesthood. She studied
still studying it. Yes, that's right, King. That's right, my love.
So Apostle don't know nothing about the Kemetic priesthood.
All right. What she said, and I know what she compared.
Okay, but this is also I want to say, Apostle, I can't hear you. You got to turn. Can you get closer to your mic? Let me turn my air down. Go ahead.
I get to respond. So I know what you compare. And I know you just said that they did this to the Greeks or the Romans when Moses lived 1,000 years before Greeks.
I can't hear him that much.
Moses lived 1,000 years before Greece or Rome.
That's a good point. That's a good point. He was right about that when the sister said that.
So listen, to compare.
What do you wait? He was right. I'm confused. He was right about what?
Well, the sister earlier said, not you, Napah, the sister said that Moses wasn't in during the time of the Romans and Greeks.
I'm not talking, but we're talking about the Levitical priesthood compared to the Kemetic priesthood. We're talking about a practice, but this is the problem. I got to jump in because this is what happens.
You don't even get a chance to respond.
You will, I promise, but that is irrelevant. That's all I want to say. That's irrelevant. Go ahead, go ahead, Elder.
So what I just said, you just said that they did this with the Greeks or the Romans about cutting off the bull's head. Well, I mean, we didn't even use a bull.
No, Lord.
Okay.
Okay.
We just let me finish.
I'm listening.
We didn't cut no bull's head off. Okay. We didn't use the bull in the sacrifice. Okay. We use sheep and a goat.
Okay. All right. Tell me when I can jump in here.
Y'all use animals.
You know what's wrong? You know what's sad is I want to have a dialogue. Apostle, I'm not trying to cut you off, but you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong, though, brother. But okay, Elder, go ahead. Can I get time? Can we get time here? Like maybe 30 seconds, not 2 minutes. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just impatient. Go ahead.
No, I just listened to what you said.
All right.
I did not interrupt you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Done, I tried to respond.
I know. Go ahead. Try again. I'll be quiet. I just want you to go for it.
So you said they cut the head of the goat off, the bull off. They did this to the Romans. When I'm talking about the Levitical priest law, was 1,000 years before the Greeks. 1,000 years before the Romans. Moses was born around 1500 BC. That's when he lived. 1500 BC. So the only thing I'm saying is, while Moses was in Egypt, he was taught, and the Bible said, but the Bible clearly said, but he foresaw what he learned in Egypt, chose rather to suffer the affliction with the people of God than to enjoy the pleasures of spirit for a season. He rejected what he learned in Egypt. In Deuteronomy 19:18, it starts off telling us not to go in the way of the Egyptians when we leave from them, not to follow their laws, not to do what they did, not to eat their food, not to do as the Egyptians do. Do what I'm teaching you. We did not obey, and therefore we were punished.
Apostle, quick question.
Oh my God! Now you're going to ask a question? It's weird. I mean, I'm actually at a party, and I came to the car, and I waited for my sister, and I wanted to hear from Sakina, and now it's like I'm sitting here, brother, and King J. I don't want to be rude, but can I just get in here? My God, all of that. I you know how I am. I'm trying, but my patience is thin when it comes to misinformation.
Right, baby.
Okay, so first of all, It's irrelevant what time Moses was between the time of the I don't even know how to get this out. The thing that you said about Moses was 1,000 years later or 1,000 years earlier or whatever he said, that does not matter when we're talking about the practice of the Levitical and the Kemetic priesthood. We're talking about a practice that goes on forever. Even the scripture says that. The Kemetic priests are exactly the same. They didn't just do their practice at a certain time. Their practice lasts forever. Their rituals are forever. I want to bang this home because that was a lot of misinformation. I love you, Apostle. I respect you, but I must say this again. Coming and saying that time frames don't matter at all. The priest of the Kemetic priesthood did the ritual to take away sin, and they used an animal to put the sins upon the animal. That's the relevance, and that's a big deal. That's nothing to say, well, it doesn't compare. It does compare because they took an animal, the animal that was most readily available, proliferate everywhere, which would be the bull. And they took that bull, and they didn't mess with pork, by the way. They took the bull. I'm talking about the priest. These are points I want everybody to write down. They didn't mess with pigs. They looked down on the Egyptians, the Kemetic people who did eat pig. They looked down on them. They didn't go near pig meat. They didn't go near pork. They didn't use pork. They didn't use pigs as sacrifice. That would be a bad thing to do. So they used bulls because that was the animal that they used to do the sacrifice for that particular ritual, which we're talking about the scapegoat ritual. Now, what you said about we didn't use bulls, we used goats. We did, in fact, use bulls. In fact, in the Temple of Solomon, there were they had statues of bulls, or like they had bulls, the horns of the bulls in front of the temple. So we did. I love you, sa.neter. We sacrifice bulls, and we all know this. Our apostle is my elder. He knows this. Okay. Back to what
he think you don't know it, but go ahead.
Well, I think, okay, I'm not saying he's being nefarious or evil or deceptive, but I think at the time when I said the bull, he just thought, no, goat. We also see that the Kemetic people sacrificed goats at a time. They used lawful, this is what I want to tell you why they are the prototype. Before we left Kemet, we weren't doing all the things that we were doing. When we went into Kemet, we didn't have we had a spoken law that was not set in stone, literally, when we talk about Moses with the tablets. We had a spoken law. Yes, we did. But when we left there, we had a real set of laws that were very detailed. And they are so similar to the laws of the Kemetic priesthood. I'm not saying it's the same. So when you said don't do what the Kemetic do, we left there with a template, so to speak, on how to practice as people. We did. We left there, and when we left, we followed out. Moses set up the laws for, okay, he was given the laws from the Most High, all right? And he set up the laws to fit Israel, not to follow the laws of Kemet. He didn't want to do those laws. There's things he didn't like. But if you look at the base, a lot of those things that they do, the rituals, the sacrifice, the Sabbath, I believe Kemet had an 8-day week. So they had arrested the 8th day. I found that out after my debate, by the way, but I had so much information. The stuff I'm talking about with the sacrifice, I presented that. I presented the shaving. I presented the temple. Oh my gosh. The temple is like identical. Identical to the temple, the tabernacle in the wilderness is identical to the Kemetic temples. Identical. I'm gonna say it again. Identical. The Holy of Holies is where the Kemetic priest kept the the statue or the image of their god, and only the priest could go in. I'm talking about the Kemetic priests. Only the Kemetic priests could go in there. They left the showbread, so to speak. They left food for the god. In the tabernacle for Yahweh, we left the showbread. We left showbread for the Most High. As Israelites, we have showbread, right? So the washing, real quick, I gotta point this out. When we entered Kemet, we did not have priests that were washing themselves and sacrificing and set apart. I'm going to say that again. When we entered Kemet, we did not have priests who were set apart to do the sacrifice and to lead the people to worship the Most High. We did not have that. We had the forefather, we had Jacob. We did not have a set group of priests. I have to say that again. We did not have an order of priests when we entered Israel according to Torah. When we left, we had a set of priests. But guess who had a set of priests when we entered Kemet? The Kmetics did. They had an order of priests. So then we had an order of priests. And then this is what I showed this in my debate. I also said this in my debate that Moses and all his brothers, I should say his brother and all of a lot of, if I should say, they have Kemetic names. They have Kemetic names. These are things that you can look at in my debate. This is a big deal. It is a big deal. Why do they have Kemetic names? Why do the Levitical priests have Kemetic names? Why? Because they knew that they came out of modeling themselves after the Kemetic priesthood.
Hold on, Napah. Hold on.
This is all in the debate.
You're going to have to clear this up for me right quick. You said that the Leviticus priesthood had Kemetic names?
Moses has a Kemetic name. Aaron has a Kemetic name. Phineas.
Apostle, go sit down somewhere, brother. Apostle,
and this isn't about Apostle. I don't want to be like rude to him, but I love him.
My big brother, but go sit down somewhere, man.
Yeah. And another thing is, I want to say this. One more thing. And I'm going to hand the mic over to you. This is what I showed in my debate. You're not cut off. I'm going to hand the mic to you right now, Elder. Listen, Zaquan. Also, in the Bible, I showed this, Joseph had a full-on procession, and before they had the Kemetic procession for the burial of our forefather, Jacob, before they did that Kemetic burial, they did the whole ritual with the salt. They cleaned him down. They actually preserved his body. And you can say, oh, that doesn't say in the scripture. I can show you that it is a Kemetic procession because I can show you extra biblical. I'll say it again. Extra biblical. One more time. Stuff that's outside of the Bible that shows the procession that's spoken of in the Bible when you say that the Canaanites in the Bible. I love you, Apostle, but you got to hear this. In the Bible, I gave this happened on my debate. I said, in the Bible, the scripture says, I'm almost done. I promise you, Apostle. Listen, I've been waiting a long time to say all this, and I'm gonna give. I would have been done. I would have been done.
No, Apostle, you're gonna get it. You got it.
In the Bible, everybody, we're talking about the Kemetic priesthood. We're talking about their rituals. In the Bible, it says that the Canaanites were watching them walk with the body to do the procession of Jacob, his burial. We're talking about Israel, and you know what it says in the Bible? I'm paraphrasing. They said, "Oh, look at this! Look at this Kemetic. The Kemetics are having a funeral." They didn't say, "Look at the Israelites." Go ahead, brother.
I said that.
Okay.
Before you came on the platform.
All right.
The only two Israelites that have Kemetic burial is Jacob and Joseph. And when we left Egypt, we left that practice.
Why did Moses have a Kemetic name?
No, come on, stop.
So you don't want to deal with that.
Stop. Yeah, I'm going to come to that. But I want to come to all of it. This is the reason why we honored the bull. It's the first letter in our alphabet. And it also, the ox is the letter that represents the Most High. It's not him. We didn't sacrifice the bull. That's why they were murdered. When Moses went on the mountain for building that half-door. That's why all those Hebrews were slaughtered, because it was against God's law. We don't do as the Egyptians do. Period. Now, we're being similar, yeah, but not similar enough to come up in here and boast about it like God didn't give it to Moses, like Moses came up with it himself. Now, I can read in the Bible instructions on the temple of how God laid it out to Moses. And Moses laid it out to the people. Period. We did not continue. As far as names, Moses had an Egyptian name because he was raised in Pharaoh's house from a baby by Pharaoh's daughter as her child. And she called him Moses or Masha, meaning drawn from water, taken from water. Aaron did not have a Kemetic name. And the average Hebrew, I'm not going to say none of them, but it wasn't formally like that. Even when we were taken in Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar renamed Daniel. Shadrach and Abednego, Meshach, gave them names according to his God. Baal. We got Americanized names here.
Hey, yo, to keep it a buck, hold on. Keep it a buck. I respectfully, I don't know what the hell. I don't know what the hell Apostle is even talking about, man. I don't even know what the hell he's talking about, man.
Thank you for saying something.
You asked me why did they have names. I'm telling you why.
It's supposed to be about the Kmetic priesthood and the Kmetic priesthood.
Right.
What's the game you playing?
Well,
I'm responding to everything she said.
You
know what? I'm cutting her throat because it's not the same.
I didn't say the same. I never said the same.
Not to the point that you want to say we stole it from you.
I didn't say stole.
Your husband did.
Okay, well, it's a prototype. One had to come before the other. Let's talk about that, Apostle. I want you to respond to me. I want to ask you a question, Elder. Elder. Don't respond to him right now with me, because I only have like maybe 10 more minutes to be on here.
You can go.
No, I can't go. I wanted to have a couple of dialogue. Let me ask you.
Cutting me off?
No, because you're going a long time about stuff that we're not.
Went a long time.
Yeah, but I was clearing up all the long time you talked. But go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm trying to explain what you said.
All right. Okay. You didn't mention anything about the bulls.
If I went the long time before, I only mentioned what you talked about.
All right, sir.
You said how you cut the bull's heads off and kicked them in the water in front of the Greeks and the Romans. That's what you said.
I also said that Moses.
It has nothing to do with Moses. And in the time period, I'm not the one that brought up the time period. I told sa.neter the time doesn't matter who did it first.
Shout out to Joseph the Lion.
It does not matter who did it first.
Oh, it does. It does.
You just said time ain't got nothing to do with it. Now,
it does matter who did it first, though.
But what I said, Moses was doing it before Rome.
No, but Moses wasn't doing it before Kemet. He wasn't doing it before Kemet.
Time ain't got. Don't bring up Moses.
No, I'm comparing Kemet and Israel.
No, you're playing games. That's what you're doing.
Oh, wow.
You're playing games. All of this is because of my opinion that you lost the debate.
No, I don't like that. No, I wasn't on here. Oh, Lord. It's not about losing. Sir. Now it's getting out of hand, okay? Now he's starting to get like he's a mind reader. Let me say this. He's not a mind reader. Can I get a time to come in here now? Okay, brother. I know why he said it, but I know this.
Apostle is hurt, man. He hurt right now.
No, I'm not trying to antagonize him. But you're talking a long time, Apostle. Can we talk like a dialogue? All right, go ahead. All right, you're almost done. Go ahead.
The reason why you are on this show is because I said you lost that debate.
That's okay. I know you said that a million times.
I got hurt and called you on the show.
Okay.
To
all right.
respond to me. That's just my opinion.
All right. I know.
You won some debates.
It doesn't matter about winning. We're talking about the topic.
I was talking about, do we ever lose?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, thank you. I didn't come on here to talk about if I won or not. I came on to talk about the information.
That's all I said.
All right. Okay. Listen, this is wild.
You know, he called you. Ask him why he called you.
Okay. Now, yes. Who's saying something to me?
I was trying to. It's hard to hear Apostle. He breaks up and it's kind of here. Napah, well, I know you're here not for a long time, but for a good time. So while you're here, Queen Napah, could I just engage with you just in some sort of
No. First, let her respond to it, Apostle, so she can clear it up, and then
I'm not going to be long because you could engage. Engaging is great. I know I took a long time, but when you have to clear up a long diatribe, so you take a long time responding. Number one. When you talked about Moses and being in the wilderness, again, we see Kemetic undertones. They are at Sarabit al-Qadim. There is a temple to Hathor right there. See how quick that is? Boom. Quick information. That's in my debate. It's not about me really proving if I won, because a lot of people said I lost that debate. Christina Nick reminds me of the professor on Pseudo-Killigan's Island. They're very convincing. They're great debaters. Because we know you don't just win a debate off information. When you're just blatantly uninformed, but you pretend you know something, you can fool a lot of people.
Right.
You can. So our sister Christina Nick is very good at pretending. She didn't even know what the Levitical priesthood was.
Right.
And shout out to my sister Naphtali. I love you. You didn't know either. And I would definitely, I know you know now, but you didn't know either. And so that's facts. That's not a diss. That's just facts. So you can say she won because she's great at pretending and acting. But I'm a great debater. And one thing I do is present facts. Now, only thing I hate about that debate, I'm gonna tell you really on point. I struggle. No, I gotta say this, baby. Excuse me, what you say?
Just deal with Apostle says, so you ain't
gotta. No, I am. I struggled with saying and pronouncing the Kemetic names. That's it. And that it was such a short amount of time for both of us, for her and me, all of that information. It was so much information. It was so hard for me to get it in there. I was just like rushing through it. And that's the downside of a debate. But I knew what I was talking about. And I'm going to tell you something about Moses. The scripture, this is what I presented, and this bothered a lot of people, but I have the information and I have even more information to back it up. It says that Moses, that his mother was, it says, quote, born in Egypt. That's a point showing that his mama really was Kemetic, meaning she was a Kemetic woman with a Kemetic mother and a Levite dad. I know that hurts, but I got more fire since that debate. Ain't nobody getting around that. I'm holding that in my arsenal. This is my nuclear bomb for all. That's why I was asking Ron Dalton for that debate. So I know a lot of y'all don't believe that, and you don't have to believe it. I've got the facts. I can show that his mother was Kemetic from a Kemetic mother, and Levite from a Levite dad. And then I'm gonna give you some gems. The more information proves that, because you can see that she, in the Kemetic line, in the line of the Kemetic royalty, in Kemetic royalty, you inherit through the mother and the father. You can become royalty through the mother. Stay with me. You can see that the story, despite anybody saying, "Oh, that story's not true anyway," just disengage and don't listen. We're talking about people if we're looking at the story. In the story, there's no way that a woman can just find a baby in the river and then make him a Kemetic priest. It doesn't work that way in Kemet. He has to be tied to the somehow the bloodline. Now, I'm not talking about a guy that comes in and really close to the family and somehow he made his way into being a pharaoh. I'm talking about an infant. Hear me out. This is facts that I've read. An infant that comes into the family and is a so-called adopted. When you read that he's adopted, that means that he is heir to the throne, possible heir to the throne in Kemet, in the Kemetic bloodline. That's a big deal, that he could possibly be pharaoh. So I showed that in my debate. She came and said, Gobekli Tepe, which has priesthood, and that was embarrassing. But she's good. She's good at pretending, and I love the sister as a woman, but as a debater, she doesn't know what she's talking about, but she's a good actress. Just like Cedric, who's going to get his whole piñata busted and obliterated. We don't need to debate you on paradigm shift. We're in the HOK. This is the biggest, baddest, most amazing platform for debating in the world. That's no slight on paradigm shift. But why would I go to a house party and do a debate when I could be at the Super Bowl and do a debate? Don't make no damn sense. So, Cedric, I don't need you. I know you're scared. I'm getting into Cedric because this thing is right here with the apostle. I know you're scared, Cedric. We're going to come up here and bust your piñata and pretend you're up here, and we're just going to go over your information, me and the other sisters. Now, back to Moses. I said a lot. I showed a lot. I showed the sacrifices. I showed the rituals. I showed the procession of the burial. It does matter that Jacob, you can't say, listen what my brother said, and I know I'm going long, and I'm going to go to King Jay. Thank you for letting me do this. In the Bible, it talks about the forefather being buried in a Kemetic burial procession. You cannot say that was sinful and we were going off. It's an auspicious, very serious moment, a holy convocation. It's a serious moment, the burial of the forefather. I'm supposed to say when they were in Kemet, they were sinning, but it's written in the Bible that he was honored. I'm supposed to think, according to my brother, my elder, Zaquan, I'm supposed to say, oh, that Kemetic burial procession that they did for Jacob, that was sin. They was going off. So it was wicked? Because that's what going off means. No, it's honored. And Nathalie, I love you. I definitely, and you say you can't connect the dots. It's okay, sis.
When did I say that it was sin?
No, you said when we left Kemet, we didn't do those practices anymore because we were told not to. So you're saying it's sinful.
No, I'm not saying that when they did it was a sin, but does not the Bible tell us not to do in the ways of the Egyptians?
The Bible says that you have to understand the scripture.
Oh, I gotta understand it.
So when the Bible says don't do the ways of the Egyptian, watch this. So the Egyptians did sacrifices for sin. Should we do we still do sacrifices for sin in Israel? Yes, we do.
Well, let's see.
King Jay wanted to talk though. King Jay, you wanted to say something.
I
did.
Well, I actually responded to you. I responded to you though, Apostle.
I responded to you, Apostle, because if we let you go again.
To her.
No, she responded to you last though. Because if you go again, then she's gonna have to respond again.
No,
and then you
want to respond to me.
All right, hold on, Apostle. Let King Jay go.
And then come back. I get to respond, and then King Jay can go. That's it all.
I don't think you understand. Hold on. I don't think you understood what I just said. Nepal responded to you twice. You went, then yo, can you hold it for a minute, brother?
I'm trying to help
You went, and then Nepal responded to you. Then you came back, and Nepal responded to you again. This is her last time. Now, if you go again, then Nepal's going to want to respond again.
That is not true.
Oh, my God.
She went, and then I responded to her. He came back, she went.
He probably could have asked his question by now.
Yeah, that's your question.
No, I'm talking about King J.
Let me respond.
All right, brother.
The bottom line is there's no information about Moses' mother being Kemetic. She was a Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
She had a Hebrew name.
Mm-hmm. Did she? You sure about that?
Yeah, positive. Yes.
We'll see.
Yes, and she was born there. Okay, because Levi is her father.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, there's two generations before Moses was born in Egypt. So yes, I know what I'm talking about. No doubt. And like I say, I don't have nothing against you, Nepal.
No, I know you don't.
All I said was Nepal said that sa.neter beat me in the debate, and I understand.
I never said you beat me. Oh, you mean, he beat you. Yeah, he did beat you.
Yeah, you said that he didn't. He lost bad.
He did beat you, though.
He lost bad.
And it's okay.
And it is okay. But he lost badly. Okay, that's why you're always changing the rules.
I love you, Apostle. I have a lot of love for Apostle, y'all.
All you got to do is go back and look at it.
All right, brother.
Completed the third round. He cut me off. Talking about moving it over to his channel. He had nothing more to talk about. Come on. He lost.
Okay.
And I said, but I can respect it. I can respect it. But I knew that was going to be the game before we debated.
Okay, thank you.
He wanted to do it with Jack, but he just couldn't do it like that without being disrespectful. And he ain't going to be disrespectful to Jack. That's all. He ain't. But he lost that debate. And I said, just like you lost this dreamer.
I hear you, brother.
Everything went foul after that. Like, I cannot have an opinion.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know, and you get upset. And
I am not upset.
Then we got to go through this.
I am not upset, Apostle. I'm not.
I don't know who's upset.
No, I'm not. I just wanted to talk about the information.
I just shared an opinion. And one thing is for sure. What we did,
things for certain.
We did. But when we left it. We didn't have a priesthood while we was there. We wasn't even a nation.
Wait, can you say that again? We didn't hear you. We didn't have a priesthood when we were there?
We didn't. No, we didn't.
He just cut himself, and you didn't even.
No. I said, right? The Bible said that.
All right, hold on. Apostle, real quick. You didn't have a priesthood when you was in Kemetic, right, Apostle?
Right. But
okay.
Thank you. So there's grand opening, grand closing.
No, that's not right.
He just stabbed himself in the heart and still going and don't know it.
You cutting me off, side. You cannot say that when the Bible doesn't show that. But what the Bible shows was after we left Egypt, he gave us one.
That's not true,
Apostle. It shows him giving it to us. The Bible shows that. And it's not the same. Period.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to King J, Apostle, or no?
Does not have no law. Kemetic does not have with God.
Kemetic doesn't have laws? What?
Kemetic not no law like we got with.
Oh wow! What about the 42 confessions or laws? What about Ma'at?
Yeah, hold on, Apostle, because you're talking rubbish. You said Kemet had no laws?
Of course, Kemet had laws.
Have no laws?
Kemet did not have a covenant.
Oh Lord, help me.
Now, see, family, this is why Apostle said, see, one, he know nothing about Kemet. See, Nepal knows about all of that, Kemet, in her Bible. She been studying it.
Why is my daughter always giving her stuff up to people?
How dare you say Kemet didn't have no laws? What about the laws of my brother?
They are fake.
Oh my!
You said they were fake.
My child is funny.
Don't believe it.
You know, I want to say something about my daughter. I'm standing outside this party right now, sa.neter. My child is so, she gives everything to her friends.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
That's
See, that's the game we play.
That's crazy for you to say that, bro.
No laws from the Most High God. They do not have a covenant with the Most High God. Only we got that. Our covenant is real. Our God is real. Not fake like Osiris. Not fake like my
Oh my God. Oh Lord, have mercy. I love you, Apostle, but you are going too long right now.
It's fake.
Oh my God.
I said it's not real. So why should I do it?
I said it was mythological, Apostle.
sa.neter, can we ask King Jay his question though? For real.
Yeah, let him speak. Apostle done spoke enough.
Yeah, I'm ready to jump in, sir.
Yes, for Jesus of God, please.
You call me here, you put it on me like this, and then you don't expect me to respond.
No, you did respond, and we value you, but we need to hear from the other brother. We can come back to you.
It's been 20 minutes. It's been 20 minutes, Apostle.
Go ahead, King Jay.
Okay.
Thank you, Apostle. Thank you, Apostle.
Now, King Jay, be a king.
All right. Thank you, Apostle.
Peace to the panel. Peace to the panel. So, Napah,
yes.
I did take notes. I wanted to kind of stay on topic in
okay.
regard to the Kmetic priesthood and the
baby. Are you okay, sa.neter? You probably breathed in some water.
That wasn't me.
Oh, that was Apostle. Okay.
That wasn't me.
So.
Oh, okay, Apostle.
So I may have a better argument than Apostle.
Okay, let's hear it then. Come on, let's bring it already. Bring it on.
Than Apostle had. He may have forgotten about the priesthood of Melchizedek. I know he didn't mention that. So that priesthood predates whatever priesthood would be in Moses, before Moses. I don't use the word. I don't use the word apostle. Come on, brother. Nobody cut you off. I don't use the word Israelite. I like to use the word Semitic. So when I speak, so when you brought up, for instance, the Serabit El Kadim mines, the turquoise mines, at that location we will find Semitic worship of Balat. We'll find the Balat Sphinx, and we'll find the Hathor Sphinx. So what we do find at that temple of those turquoise mines, Hathor is known as the Lady of Turquoise for sure, and we find Balat, the worship of Balat, next to the Hathor worship. There's two locations of turquoise mines. Both of them are located in Semitic areas. Gabal, which is Byblos. So we'll find the worship of Gabal Balat in Byblos. That is the second location of the turquoise mines. So we have two turquoise mines, and they're both, one is Serabit El Kadim, and the other mine is located in Byblos. Both of those locations, we find these Semitic worship of this Balat. So that's hence to a priesthood. I would make an argument that priesthood probably would predate any Kmetic priesthood, just based on the fact of geographical location. It's located in Canaan,
King J, what is the question, brother?
It's not. It's kind of a.
I just want to address what he's saying. He's unloading his entire clip. I thought maybe we could go bit by bit, but okay.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm just writing the notes that I had took.
Yeah, but do you want me to address it thoroughly each point, or you want to just go all long like Apostle? I mean,
just overall, the overall point that I'm trying to make is that I do think that there may be a Semitic priesthood in the Levant area that possibly would predate any Kemetic priesthood, just based upon the fact that those turquoise mines are located in those regions, and they would have access to those mines before any, Kemetic priest would travel the 500, 600 miles to find them.
Okay, can I address those 2 points, please? First off, thank you, King J. Number one, you will not be able to go into the scriptures at all, ever. Not in one scripture will you find a proof of an established priesthood that practiced rituals with the Melchizedek or Melchizedek priesthood. Like, I have to repeat things more than once, and I promise I won't go long. I can't promise. That's a lie. The Melchizedek priesthood, there's only one mention of a priest meeting Abraham and Lot during that instance when Lot was taken. There's only one mention in the Torah of Melchizedek, one priest, not a priesthood. I'll say it again, not a priesthood, one priest named Melchizedek, which could have been a title. There is nothing else mentioned about the order of the way they do rituals. That particular, if that was a priesthood, there's nothing talking about laws, how they practice, the rituals, zero. So no, there is no proof of a priesthood that predates the priesthood of the Leviticus priesthood before, or Levitical priesthood before they were in Kemet. So that is not, I got that out of the way. About Sarabit al-Qadim, when you mention the turquoise mines, that is where the Kemetic rulers, because Canaan, everyone listen, they were a vassal nation, meaning they were the servants. And there were slaves, Canaanite slaves that worked in those turquoise mines for Kemet, not rulers. They weren't ruling. They didn't have any power. Now, I'm not quite on Balat yet, but when we're going to Sarabit al-Qadim, you will not see any proof of the worship of Balat anywhere near Mount Sinai, which is Sarabit al-Qadim, not even a little bit, unless you want to conflate Het Heru, which is Hathor, if you want to conflate her, the worship of her, with Balat during that time when we put the Israelites at that mountain. You stay with me. Now, when you're talking about Balat being the worship of Balat and the worship of Het Heru, which is Hathor, yes, actually, and I remember Naphtali tried to talk about this. She did talk about it with Shaka. I could have had a great conversation with her about this as well. Balat, the Canaanite goddess, stay with me. When we go back to when Kemet was traveling to, I believe it's now called Turkey. I forgot. Basically, they were traveling to the area where the Canaanites were worshiping Balat, and they were doing trade. They decided to take Balat and change her. You really got to listen to this, King J. They changed her to Hathor, to Het Heru. They changed the goddess over to the Kemetic goddess, Het Heru, to show Kemet how great of a servant they are to Kemet and how they love Kemet. They literally changed their god to Het Heru. Now, people look back and they say, no, that was Balat, and see, Balat predates Het Heru and this and that, the worship. No, that worship that you see especially with Balat. When you look at these different areas where they were mining turquoise and copper, there were Canaanite workers. My brother Jabari calls them, what does he call it? Bonded laborers. Canaanite workers, slaves, bonded laborers. They were working in the mines, but it was owned by and run by Kemetic rulers. Now, I say that because when you go to Sarabit al-Qadim, so I'm bouncing back and forth because you went to a couple different places. When you go to Sarabit al-Qadim, you will see Kemetic writing on a lot of these the what are called artifacts. You'll see Kemetic writing. You'll see Phoenician, I believe. It is what is it called? Proto-Sinaitic. Y'all are good at that when you go back. Okay, so you'll see that writing. But that's because they were working in those mines for Kemet. But that was the worship, that those mines were owned by Kemetic rulers, Kemetic governors, Kemetic government, and that was the temple of Sarabit al-Qadim. There was no worship of Balat there. Not at all. Not even a little bit. Maybe when they were, working and they were like, oh, please, Balat, help us. And then they got probably lashed on the back and said, I mean, Heru, because that wasn't Balat. That was Heru. That was Hathor. And then again, I'm going to say it again. The Canaanites, when they were serving as vassal, which they did, when they served Kemet, they changed their god Balat to Heru. Just kind of like the same with Jesus, how when we had the Council of Nicene, they changed a lot of their gods over to like fit in. So that's what happened. And so we can move on to the rest of your notes if you want.
That was pretty much it. That was it. You went through everything.
Okay, brother.
I appreciate that.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Did you see the debate, King J, between the sister and me?
I missed it. I did not get a chance to see it. I would love to.
We're going to show it one day. Actually, I would love to debate Naphtali in person. I talked to my sister about that. We could do this debate in person. Yeah. That would be nice if we did that, sa.neter. Maybe this summer.
Yeah. Remember when Sai used to have the debates on the couch? That was like a whole different vibe.
Yeah, we're going to do that this summer. We're going to do that. We got to do that, yeah. Let's see. Melchizedek is a spiritual law from Yah hands, and Levites is a physical law, the hands of men. Okay, so see, this is why people are kicking against this who are Torah followers. I'm not saying that the Torah is Kemetic, but the logic shows if we're in a land for for centuries and centuries and centuries, we say that it was 400 to 500 years. When we leave that land, we're leaving with a lot of, customs and rituals that we want to make our own.
They're Egyptianized.
We made them our own. We made the Torah belongs to Israel. It doesn't belong to Kemet. The Torah, it belonged to my brothers and sisters who are so mad at me. The Torah belongs to Israel. Even we know that our culture, Israelite culture, if you say you're an Israelite, it's influenced by Canaan. Yeah, of course it is. And Kemet is influenced. Guess what? Kemetic culture was influenced by Babylonian culture. So yeah. Anyway.
Oh wow.
Wait, one second. Just quick point. Napah, let's make this point. Also, Ephraim and Manasseh, they were born in Egypt. Those tribes, I would make an argument, are Egyptian tribes. If they're born in Egypt, and that's all they know, they're Egyptian tribes, Manasseh or Ephraim. So let's go there.
Right. They were born. They were not just born there. Their mother was actually similar to the situation with the Levitical priesthood. Their mother was an actual Kemetic princess.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Not a princess, but I think her father was her father was I think she was a princess, wasn't she?
Yeah, he was in charge.
Thank you,
He was right
Apostle.
over. Her father was the guy over Joseph, and Joseph was second in command.
Come on.
And he married her daughter, his daughter.
Exactly.
That's why. But they only counted. Manasseh and Ephraim was only counted as a half a tribe. Together they counted as the whole tribe.
Would you say they're Egyptian, Apostle?
Nah, the Israelites. Their daddy's an Israelite. They're Israelites.
But the
They
wives
would have been Egyptians if their daddy was Egyptian. Yeah.
Their
father was an Israelite.
Would their customs have been Israelite customs or Egyptian?
When their customs, they learned the Israelite customs when they left, as they left out of Egypt. Understand, they didn't come a nation until after they left out of Egypt.
Right.
Right.
So
they would have had Egyptian.
A nation.
So they would have had Egyptian customs.
So they would have learned like the Israelites learned during their time. They would have learned.
Okay, so again, Sa, can you pull up my I put a thing in the back screen. This presentation right here. So according to this scripture, can anybody see it? Or do I have to blow it up?
You have to blow it up a little bit.
If you want me to see it.
Let me see. Let me see how I can blow it up.
I can read it.
Oh, can you read it?
It says Joseph names his firstborn son Manasseh, meaning forgotten, because according to him, God has made me forget all my trouble in all my father's household. This son and later his second son, Ephraim, were born before the famine, years to Joseph and his wife, Asenath, daughter of.
So that was the first wife. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
And that first wife was not Mary.
Well, so Queen,
but he never was married to a Mary.
Yeah, this is a different Joseph, Queen.
No, it's not. This is the same Joseph again, because according to you, to everybody here, right? We saying that Joseph's when you lay with a woman, that's your wife. One.
Well, Queen.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Two. According to the Hebrew life, y'all live for hundreds of years. Sarah had a wife. Sarah had a baby at 60, and Moses died at 500 and some odd years. But Kmetics only lived to 50 or 25 or 60 or so on.
Moses died at 120 years.
Thank you. So again, the timelines are not gonna match. But again, Manasseh is one name.
Different Joseph.
Okay, again, you saying that's a different Joseph, but in a different time period, Joseph wouldn't have
2,000 years later.
I'm explaining to Apostle
at an earlier timeline, because what would his name have been any time earlier if it would have been not Joseph, because the letter J didn't exist.
Well, Queen, let me just right here what I just read. So look,
again, this Joseph existed because if we go to his mother, Joseph and this Joseph Maronite, this Joseph Manasseh mother, the same mother of Dan, the same mother of Joseph, the same prophet father that they speak of, that prophet that was in Palestine, that was the one that made Joseph a king when the brothers sold Joseph. If you follow the storyline, that he was sold to Egypt. In Palestine, he was sold. So if you follow the storyline and you do the history and connect the dots, that Joseph was sold to a prophet king in Kemet, and that king's daughter, Maronite, right, and that son Manasseh in Kemet, they call him Menace. And so, what are we saying? But when you don't want to agree, and again, I owe you an apology, Apostle, because I don't want to argue with you, Elder. I learned from you. So it was just to come to a common ground and ask the question. But the Taurus in me, I get defensive too. So again, I do owe you an apology for that, because that's never my intention. However,
can I finish reading real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm reading here, where it says, this son and later his second son Ephraim were born before the famine years to Joseph and his wife Asenath. So it says, daughter of Potiphar, the priest of On, right? So I would ask you, Queen Sakina, to familiarize yourself with Potiphar.
I did.
Okay.
And Potiphar is in Canaan, what we call Canaan was still Kemetic, and it's
Egypt. Potiphar's in Egypt.
Exactly. And I do have the rest of that, but I'm not trying to pull up a whole presentation that I have not put together.
Let me
show you that. But I'm just showing you this piece to show you asness that we still trying to agree to disagree, or not just to say this is not that, when we know, or we do have that opening to say, yeah, because Joseph was sold by brothers. Den was this child that you don't agree that that he disowned. This Den was Namer.
No. See,
okay,
the Joseph that was married to Mary is born in BC.
Right.
I mean, AD, after Christ. Talking about Christ's daddy. That's BC. This Joseph that they're reading about in Egypt was 2,000 years earlier. This Joseph. This is Jacob's 11th son. Benjamin being the 12th son.
With no direct timelines and whatnot.
No, it has nothing to do with Jesus.
This is only a descendant of a timeline or a time frame, or that y'all don't even know yourselves, honestly.
Well, that's why we try to identify Potiphar.
I'm trying to help
you. Potiphar with a certain time frame.
It said Potiphar.
There's more than one Joseph in the Bible.
Pixmont. So you saying Potiphar versus Pixmont, and then they're both non-Greek. But at one point, Greeks were running Persia. Greeks and Romans were in Persia because, again, French didn't own anything at this time, because you had what we call the Cambrians still just had pre-dynastic, and with Kemet being still in the pre-dynastic era, and that was still hundreds of thousands of years afterwards. What are we saying? So a timeline and a marker and all of this is still under assumption of whatnot and what have yous, right? Because we still trying to get an alphabetical and a marker line into what have yous to this point right here. So with pros and cons, even with the sa.neter, you have a timeline for when these syllables come into double letters and double synonyms and what have you, just like you do with your vocabulary today. And so you, just like with your idioms that may not exist, and so on and so forth. So again, when it changes, so does the action. And your actions in the Bible don't come in until the second half. But y'all was acting that way in the first half. And that's why you're saying this 5 books go in the Torah, but they still in the Bible. But which one do you abide to? So again, that's why I can see it on all of it, but I don't choose not to say, well, this ain't the part we teach, and this ain't the part we teach.
Oh no, I teach the whole Bible.
I like to eat.
Hey, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Is that a SAR? 7 a SAR?
Yes.
Peace to
Yes.
you. 7SR, you can come in. I won't even be 10 seconds. Watcher, you are saying we can't keep on making everything Kemetic. I'm talking about the book. If you're going to say they lived there for 500 years and immediately when they left, they started a Levitical priesthood, you have to use logic. Come on. Well, I'm going to say that they've got their heritage from
wasn't there 500 years.
400 years. How's that?
They was in Canaan and Egypt a total of 430 years.
So now they weren't in captivity. It was only supposed to be 10 seconds. Well, I'll get back to that. But you guys got to stop. The problem is the climate here in the community. It's always been Kemet versus Israel. But I'm talking about the information. They lived there for hundreds of years, and when they immediately left, they had a priesthood. Only previously did they see a priesthood in Kemet. They weren't in Canaan. They weren't in any other place. They were in Kemet. So go ahead, 7SR. Thank you for letting me say that.
Sure, no problem, sis. Peace to you. Peace to everybody on the panel and in the chat, and to the great HOK. And I just want to just piggyback off of what you're saying as far as just influence. One thing I see with a lot of Israelites, one of amongst a lot of problems and issues is when people like Sister Napah does great research and shows the influence into Israel, right? Jabari showed the influence into Israel. Shaka Atmos showed the influence into Israel. They show the influence, but most Israelites refuse to accept the influence, even though it's show and prove to them. I'm gonna give an example. I was speaking to Napah and Apostle last week. I think she did a presentation on Canaan, right? And I wanted to get to the DNA, but they was sidetracking, talking about how Israel isn't from Canaan. You was because we was talking about because you guys were trying to harp on how Israel isn't from Canaan.
I don't know the last time I said I don't remember Paul doing anything last week.
Naphtali, no, I'm talking about Naphtali. I said Naphtali, not Nepal.
Okay.
It was Naphtali did a presentation on Canaan, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
Right. And you guys were trying to harp and saying that Canaan, Israel didn't come out of Canaan. I didn't want to get into a big back and forth because I was trying to. Israel was born and came out of Canaan.
Well, just let Apostle, just let him go. He's been waiting a while. Let's hear him out, please. Go ahead, 7. Keep on your point. Keep going.
Yeah, my point is that I didn't want to get into arguing back and forth with him, but I got the smoke for him now today. And what I'm trying to say is Israel was born and came out of Canaan. That's what I'm saying. And when you showed the influence, when you spoke on Canaan being an influence to Israel, there's archaeological and historical proof of that, right?
Right.
That's all we have is archaeological and historical proof of Israel and its beginnings is in Canaan.
Well, we have proof of Israel having a presence in Kemet as well.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that they didn't go to Kemet. I'm saying their original presence and their original influences, according to the consensus from archaeologists and historians, Canaan is where Israel came out of.
Well, first, if you want to be technical, Abraham came out of he's Chaldean. Yeah, he's Chaldean. Yeah. So we have all those. And this is what I want to say really quickly about my debate. I'm not disputing that there was a Chaldean influence. I'm not disputing that there was a Canaanite influence. But if you look at the story and people who believe in the Torah, the civilization that they emerged from and formed the laws and the priesthood of Levitical priesthood, that civilization was not the Chaldeans. It was not the Chaldeans, whatever you say. That was not Canaanite. They lived amongst Kemetic people. So yes, Asar, there is a lot of different and watchers. I never said there wasn't influence from other cultures. But when we're talking about the formation of the Levitical priesthood and the laws, when we talk about the formation of the laws, the story says that they emerged from Kemet. They did the Exodus and immediately formed the priesthood and the laws. Logic says that it came, the prototype to that priesthood would not, I wouldn't go all the way back to Ur. I wouldn't go all the way back to Babylonian.
No, you on point right there, sister, and I appreciate that ad. But hold on, but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying though. Um, um, Israel comes out of Canaan from an archaeological. Now you're speaking from a biblical point of view, which I don't look at that as history, right?
I'm
Most
not just
archaeologists
speaking about
don't
Israel.
look at it. Don't look
You
at that
can
as
have
history.
the smoke with me right
I'm speaking.
here, Bashar.
I'm really speaking to Apostle and
No, I
Naphtali.
want you to speak to me because let me tell you why. There is a presence of, there is an archaeological, extra biblical, there's proof that there was a group of people who lived in Kemet. Now, I know it's going to rub people the wrong way. They may have not been called Israelites, but it very much coincides and it aligns with that story about the Exodus. So the people that out of the Bible.
Wait a minute. You got proof of people. Well, they're not Israel, so we don't have no documentation that they're Israel.
The
But they
name
have.
Israel, wait a minute. The name Israel is present on a stele. I can't remember which one, but y'all know which one. What is it, an armor
You're not talking about the Meneptah. You're not talking about
yeah, stele. So hold
yeah, that's
on, hold
1200
on.
BCE. Yeah,
We're not doing all that right now. Let me get this out. You're saying I could definitely show that the group of people that we call Israelites and the narrative and the story and the way it worked out in the Bible, you can look outside of the Bible and see similarities to a group of people who were called foreigners, because that's who the Shasu, what were they called? The Hyksos. The Hyksos, that means foreigners. That doesn't have, that's actually a title. That's not, that could have been Israelites. That could have been Canaanites. Anybody who was not Kemet. So I can go extra biblically, my friend, 7, and I can see that there's a group of people in history who are called foreigners who lived in Kemet and were exiled out of Kemet.
Okay. But that doesn't prove it. Hold on. Let me respond. Brother, I haven't spoke at all. Brother. Let me respond to her. Me and her having a discussion. Let me respond to her. Let me respond, though.
But hold on, brother.
Come on, brother. I haven't spoke at all. Can I respond? You've been speaking, and I brought this topic up, so I want to respond to exactly what she's saying. Because when she talks about the Meneptah stele, right? And what she's saying, I don't dispute, but it doesn't prove it's Israel. That's just that is a ideology. I mean, that's a concept that she's coming up, putting pieces together. But we know that stele, which is the first mention of Israel, speaks of them being in Canaan, from Canaan. Right? It doesn't speak about them. Hold on. It doesn't speak about them being exiled. Hold on, sister. It doesn't speak about them being exiled out of Kemet.
Okay, hold on. Nobody said that. You didn't hear what I said. Listen to me carefully.
I'm not saying that's what you said.
Wait, hold on.
That's my response to what you said, though, sis. That's my response.
If you want to listen.
Well, I mean, you got to listen to me, too. But
no,
go ahead.
I did hear you. Listen to me. I said that there were a group of people in Kemet called foreigners, the Hyksos. And that aligns with a lot of the story of who might be. Now, people want to argue back and forth. Oh, that is, that isn't. When we look in history, because you want to be unbiased, right? When we look in history, we want to find out, does this story have any truth? I get the mythological side, but we want to see, is there any extra biblical information that will align with this information in the Bible? And I look in Kemet and I look at the history and I say, well, this is it right here. Here's something. There was a group of foreigners that were exiled out. Now, of course, their side of the story when they write in the Bible says, oh, we escaped. We had to leave. But the facts in history say they were exiled out. So his story, Kemet's story, is still matching a great exit of a group of people who lived amongst Kemet for a long time, foreigners. So that
So
is
you're saying the Hyksos are the Hebrews that were forced out of Egypt through the well, left out of Egypt through the Exodus in their story, but you're saying the people that were forced out, these Hyksos, those are the actual Israelites. That's what you're saying.
no, what I'm saying is you came in saying, don't cut me off. You came in saying there's no proof. That's what you were talking. You said there's nothing showing that anything besides Canaan. Basically, I'm paraphrasing. And I said, no, you're wrong. You're not going down that lane because there is evidence of a group of people who were foreign, who lived in Kemet, who align with what we see in a lot of the information in the Bible. I'm not coming in and just cut and dry saying, oh, and these are the Hyksos, but we still have to entertain the information and discuss it without bias. Just like I'm telling the Hebrews that the Levitical priesthood came out of the prototype of the Kemetic priesthood, and my feelings aren't hurt as somebody who believes in Torah. I'm telling you, you cannot come in here and say they just were Canaanites and not Kemet. They didn't come out of Kemet because they did.
But sis, that's not proof.
Of course,
But that's
yes,
not proof.
Well, hold on.
We can have a discussion.
Hold on. You're saying
you jumped in on me.
Listen, wait. What do you mean not proof? Who muted me? Why did I get muted?
That was me. I muted everybody. Hold on for 1 minute, y'all, and I'm gonna let y'all continue. I just put up a clock. I don't want nobody cutting each other off. I want everybody to let people speak without cutting in. And so you got 2 minutes to speak. And when your 2 minutes is up, you will hear the bell sound ring. And then we're going to move on. Here's the sound. And then we're going to move on. Nepal, go ahead, start it off.
Are you sure you don't want to? I can let him go first.
All right, 7.
Go ahead. Thank you, sa.neter.
7, go ahead.
Well, let me go first.
7, you there?
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
I hear you now, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, I was saying, give it to the sis. She was speaking. I interrupted. She can have the 2-minute floor. She can speak. I'll speak after her. That's no problem.
She just passed you the mic. Go ahead, man.
Let me go.
Okay.
First.
Well. I just want to say everything that she outlined wasn't proof. What she was talking about was having a discussion on if they were Israel. It didn't prove that. They didn't prove that was Israel. That's your opinion. And you're researching and you're looking into it, but that doesn't prove that those foreigners in Kemet, who you refer to as the Hyksos, are Israel. They could be, right? But we don't have no proof. The proof that we do have is the earliest mention of Israel is in the Napah stele, right, where they speak about conquering Israel and them being in the land of Canaan. So when you speak on what your theory, you may be very well right, but you can't prove it. You can't prove that you're right. You putting pieces together, but you can't prove that they're Israel, right? They can seem to be Israel, but that doesn't mean that they are Israel. And until you have that empirical evidence that they're Israel, then my original statement stands. The only evidence we have of Israel, the first mentioning of Israel, is in the Napah stele. That's an archaeological fact. Now you can do the research and change that fact, but until then, that's what the fact is now. You can speak. I'll yield the rest of my time.
All right, Nepal.
Okay. He's asking me for proof when this is an ongoing discussion, and the information that I'm presenting is proof to entertain, I should say. This is proof. There are facts, I should say, facts that show that Kemet did have foreigners in their land who were driven out. And I think what is the Merneptah Stele? Is that 1200 BCE? Somebody could correct me. I'm really not
Facts.
good.
No, that's facts. 1200 BCE. You're correct. That's what it is.
Okay. So if we look at that, we can say, we see that there was a presence of Israel in 1200 BCE.
Facts.
We see that. We've got discussions about when the Exodus took place according to the Bible. We have discussions on that it could be around that time. You really got to hold all this information because you're saying the word proof so easily. There's a lot of stuff that we need proof on. We're still arguing if Kemet is black. Check. So the word proof isn't really the best word to use. Let's use what facts do we have that point to extra biblical facts that point to that the Israelites may possibly have lived in Kemet. We have the Merneptah Stele. We have the fact that a foreign group of people called the Hyksos, which, by the way, Hyksos means foreigner, that foreigners lived amongst Kemet. There was a lot of similarities. I can't detail them all, but I will if you need me to. Not all of them, but a lot of them. We have foreigners living there. Yes, the story in the Bible says that we had to escape. We were slaves. That's the story from their side. The middle ground is that there was definitely a foreign group of people exiled from Kemet. Okay? And again, that could very well be us because what were they called? Shepherd kings? In the narrative, I'm bouncing back and forth from extra biblical to biblical. In the Bible, it says that they came in as shepherds. It literally says that. And in the Bible, it literally says, oh, I'm going to say this last sentence. Don't tell Pharaoh that you're shepherds because they don't like shepherds here in Kemet. Okay? Thank you.
All right, King J, let's go.
I'm gonna piggyback off of Napah's point. I do kind of agree with where she's going with today. I want to give some historical primary sources as well. When we talk about the presence of Semitic speakers in Egypt, we can go way back into as far as the Merimde people, coming from the Levant and Mesopotamia. We talk about the Beni Hassam mural. We will see these Semitic speakers coming into Kemet as traders. We'll see on the Beni Hassam mural their leader named as Abisha, right? And we see them actually trading with the Egyptians, their force. We spoke about the term Hyksos, which actually means Hekakasu. He's right when it says it's just a title for foreigner. Nubians can be Hekakasu. Nubians can be Hyksos. But when she says that there was a presence in primary sources in Egyptian history, he's correct. To the brother Asar, I would give him the Tempest Stele as a primary Egyptian reference that gives account of Semitics being in Egypt and being expelled. We can look at a primary source called The Expulsion of the Asiatics by Hatshepsut. And Hatshepsut talks about her expelling Asiatics. The word for Asiatic is actually Amu. So let's keep that in mind. Her expelling these Semitic Asiatics back into, I believe they go into Shechem. They actually go into Shechem. So that's actually that area in the Levant area. So I'm just, it's overkill at this point. There's been pretty much evidence, and just it was cringe hearing you say it, Seven Nasar. It's Merne Patah Stela. It's the Merne Patah Stela, and the Merne Patah was the actual pharaoh, and he's letting you know that these Israelite kingdoms were vassals. But the word is not even Israelite. During that time period, it probably would have been Sumerians, Samaria, or things of that nature. We do see Aramaean and Chaldean tribes in that area as well.
All right, Tony Mason. That was not me, my brother. Sidon. That was not me, brother.
sa.neter, you want to shout the brother out that did the super chat, King?
That's what I wanted you to do. I was going to tell you, read it.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for those kind words, Brother Joseph DeLion. To me, it looks like he might be a Hebrew, right?
Yeah.
He said, Napah is calm, stoking the fire of the brothers on the panel. I'm laughing my butt off because what she's saying, I've read. So watching, y'all be booty hurt primarily because she's a female is obvious. Y'all exposed. Shout out to my brother out there. Thank you, sir. Shout out. Thank you for that super chat, the $10 super chat.
Let me go to a
But these brothers on the panel, I want to say is sa.neter, King J, and even Apostle. They pretty. They know it's all just about the information. I have a lot of respect and love for these brothers. Especially King J and sa.neter is my brother, but I had to come.
Yeah, you know that.
I had to come against you on this one, brother. We could keep going.
It's all good. I still have more to say.
All right,
because...
hold on. Let me bring up the building. He still got to go. Apostle, you ready?
Yeah, thanks.
All right, go ahead, Apostle.
Yeah,
sorry, sa.neter.
It's all right.
The Hyksos, yeah, we know not only were they foreigners, but they were ruling. They went in Kemetic and kicked butt and sat down for about 300 years. And their king became that king that didn't know Joseph. When the Bible was talking about in Exodus, there came a time that a king arose that did not know Joseph. That was the Hyksos. They was in there around 1500 to about 1200, something like that. So they were ruling. They were Hebrews. They were not Israelites, but they were from Eber. They were Kemetic people from the bloodline of Eber. That's where the word Hebrew comes from. So those are the same ones that followed Israel into the Red Sea and wound up drowning. The Hyksos or Hykakasu, same people. You didn't hear no more about them after that. They didn't have to worry about leaving. They died in the river. Their chariots are still in the bottom of the Red Sea to this day. So that's the Hyksos. As far as Canaan is concerned, the 430 years told Abraham, be a stranger yet. That land was originally intended for Israel. Canaan usurped it. And not just Canaan living in that land, but it was 7 other tribes of people living in that land other than Israel. But we came in, and we took what was ours from the Canaanites. Yes, we did. So that's how that goes. And y'all know the rest of the story.
All right, my sister Sakina Ra, you up?
And I'm going to remove myself. I love you guys. I might come back, but I got to get back.
Right.
Thank you so much. I'm still listening, though. Peace.
All right, go ahead.
Peace to the queen. Peace.
All right. So I'm digging and digging and digging and digging and digging and digging and digging. So
God bless you.
I got to it was Leah and Rachel.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Now Leah's name was this other name. And so and I followed you, and you were right with these timelines, because it was like 5 Josephs and all this other stuff. Now, because this is three different things. And so it was Leah and Rachel was the sisters, and they were the ones that came out of Kemet. And Leah and Rachel had the sons, and Leah's name was Lilith. And her name was the one that got changed, because she was the sister that he didn't want. It was Rachel, right? And so he had to stay and work harder and stay a little longer in order to get Rachel, right? And so Leah had more sons, and Dinah included, and Rachel had the other kids and what have you. And so that's how
there was 2 more wives, though.
Right, exactly. And the other wives were also
let her talk, brother.
Other wives were also Kemetic wives. The other women were not Kemetic. They were just women. I haven't really I can't really say that for sure, but these other women were also women. I don't believe they were Kemetic women per se, but the oldest son was the one that unified two lands, Upper and Lower Kemet, but it also unified these two nations, which would have been Kemetic and Hebrew. And this is only in my opinion. Okay. And again, it's ununified, but it's unified, but it's not unified because, again, we don't come together for nothing as people. So that's where we're going to agree and disagree. And even when we come to this part in America, we don't come together again for that same reason.
So let me respond.
All right. Hold on. Apostle, I come to you with a question. It's my turn. I come to you with a question, and maybe the rest of the panel can feed off of this one. All right, Apostle, Ramesses the first, the second, and third, were they real people or mythological?
Don't know. I'm not sure. I don't.
They were real people, being that you don't know. I'll tell you. Apostle, was Akhenaten and Nefertiti real people or mythological?
Like I say,
real.
Hold on. I'm asking Apostle. And this is why I said, Apostle, you can't judge Nepal's debate because you know nothing about Kemet. Right? Yo. It's my turn to speak, brother. So this is what I'm saying. See, the people now can see what I'm talking about. The Hebrews judging something that they know nothing about. So of course the Hebrews, you see where I'm going, Jay? Of course the Hebrews and the Christians is going to say Nepal lost because they don't know about Kemet. So they don't know what Nepal's talking about. So now, Apostle, I'm talking on my time. So now, Apostle, here's the next question.
You're lying on me. I know about Ramsey in the Bible.
So I asked you, was Ramesses a real person? You said you don't know.
Stop.
All right, stop, Apostle. Apostle, let me try it again. I'm going to start all over. Apostle, was Ramesses the first, second, and third real people? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Was Imhotep a real person?
Yeah.
All right. Was Akhenaten and Nefertiti real people?
Yes.
You know how you got to say yes to that because Akhenaten my man. Damn, Apostle. Yo, I'm talking because Akhenaten was the first one to bring the concept of monotheism. Not Moses, brother. Not Moses. So when we talked about the one God, it all started in Kemet, brother. What are you talking about? You don't understand that. So the reason I asked you that question,
why you not going to allow me to talk?
Because it's my time. You ever heard of my 2 minutes? And then my time with it. Yo, what is wrong with our elder brother? No goddamn discipline, man.
Questions, but you're not allowing me to answer.
You answered it. Hold up, Apostle. You answered the question. I asked you the question about were they real? Because I'm still going.
You ask me questions.
Oh my!
Yes, but then there's other truth. There's a yes, but then there's other truth.
I'm not asking you about nothing else, man.
But that's not.
Apostle, you got to stop, brother. You're looking crazy right now.
Don't ask me nothing if I can't respond.
You can respond on your time when I give you your 2 minutes.
But then don't give me 2 minutes.
Hey, yo, press 2 in the chat if Apostle's bugging out, y'all.
No, I'm not bugging out. You bugging
Press 2 in the chat if Apostle's wrong or what. Because everybody went.
Apostle to talk.
Everybody went without nobody speaking. Look at the chat, Apostle. Look at the chat, man.
Nobody had to talk like that. What you doing that. Nobody on this panel respond like that. Nobody.
Apostle be mad when I be killing him. That all right, let me go. Let me close. I could have been finished already, Apostle. So now here's the final question I have for you, and then we're gonna start with you, Apostle, and let you respond. Can you name me very important people that were real people in the Bible? Very important. I mean, like Jesus, like Moses, like Abraham, like the three sons of the three sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Can you name me any three with facts, proof, and evidence that any of them really lived? Go, Apostle. I'm gonna start your clock.
I'm still muted. But sa.neter, I said Pharaoh was real, but you can't prove he was real. You can't prove it. You can read it on the wall. You can pull up a body, but that don't mean that's Pharaoh Ramsey. The one they did of Tut, Moses II, they saying now after running DNA that that's a white man. That's a white man. Tut Moses II, who is King Tut's great-grandfather. He's a white man. So David was real. They excavating his tomb right now. Mary is real. They done excavated her tomb, showed it. Mary Magdalene is real. Her tomb been excavated. Yeah, so they're real. I thought you was Osiris real. You said he was fake. I didn't say that. You said he was fake. So let's talk about it. If Osiris is fake, what about Horus? He fake? Let's talk about the one you said that the oneness of God. He was worshiping the Son. The one God. The Son. Is the Son your God? Because that's the one God that he was worshiping. The Son in the sky. Yeah. So is that real? Is the Son your God? Somebody answer my question. Is the Son your God? Because that's what
no, Apostle. No.
No, so that, you ain't, but see, that's who he was worshiping. The monotheist. He was working. The Son. The God I tell. That's who he was worshiping. So now, coming here playing these games, I've got a bit with you, but you can't say nothing about Napah because your feelings get hurt, your booty get hurt, and all of a sudden you're mad, and then you treat people like this.
Notice, you seeing how I was disciplined enough to be quiet and let you get it all out, even though you were talking crazy. You asked me, was a saw real? You asked me, was a set real? You asked me, was Heru real? And everybody know that that's mythological except you, Apostle. We all know that that story is not real. It's not real. It's a story. I didn't say it was fake. I said it's mythological, brother. Understand that. And see, but you won't say your stories are mythological. You believe that your stories are really real. See the difference? I know, man. I know man created Kemet. I know man is the one that carved out and wrote the Kemetic sounds and all of that. I know man is the responsible for that. But you are not going to say that. You're going to say God spoke to Moses when you don't have no proof, no facts, no evidence of any God ever speaking to no goddamn body, bro. Nobody coming back to life saying I spoke to God. Nobody coming back to life saying that I was in heaven or I'm in heaven. Nobody. And so, bro, you're talking on my time.
I understand.
You don't understand. So I'm gonna let I'm gonna let King J go, and King J, if you want to respond to that, you could, or you could just come with your own questions for the panel.
Yeah, right.
So I mean, so basically you summed it all up. Basically made the point that in Egyptian we can find our ancestors, their literal people. Most of the patriarchal ancestors in Hebrew aren't real. They're autonomous ancestors. So it's hard to, find or draw a lineage through an autonomous ancestor because they never existed. So most people who claim Hebrew Israelites, I would say they're just subscribing to a doctrine. They're not going to be able to trace their lineage back anyway to say they're Hebrew. So it's just a doctrine that they're subscribing to. They really don't have any proof. But I will say this, and just to play devil's advocate, we will find in reference to like primary sources like the seal of Hezekiah, David seal, we do find King Hezekiah in the Bible. We will find King Omri, Bit Omri, House of Omri, those type of things as historical people that are actually in the Bible. So we may be able to subscribe some sort of date or time period to those, those kingdoms in Samaria. But I won't say that we'll find the word Israel. I will just say that these are Semitic speakers. They're Aramaeans and they're Chaldeans living in the Levant and Canaan, and religious people call them Israelites.
All right. Yes. Now, Apostle said that Mary was a real person. Mary Magdalene, did he also say Mary Magdalene?
Thank you. I was about to address that, so please address that. Yes.
He also said Mary. Apostle is not your apostle. Discipline, big brother. Discipline, big brother.
Do you want to see
Apostle? Discipline, big brother. Ask the Most High to give you a little goddamn discipline. That's all you missing right now, brother. Ask him if you could get some discipline. Bless you with that. Okay. Now, he said Mary Magdalene. He said Mary. Don't you know if Mary was a real person, instead of the Pope putting up pictures of the Black Madonna and child, wouldn't he have something up there? Oh, hold on. Damn, I interviewed Brother Larry today. That's the joint y'all here.
Been a long time. It's
Damn.
good to be seen.
All right. Well, go ahead, Seven or something.
A lot of things been going on.
Okay, Apostle, you claim that Mary, Jesus' mother's bones was found in Mount Olive, right? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I said no, not Mount Olive. No.
Okay, where did they find these bones at?
They found them in Israel, in the city of Israel.
In a tomb? In an apartment building?
They excavated, right, an apartment building. Underneath.
Okay, who excavated, who verified the bones, and where's the DNA study of these bones being Mary? What bones did they compare them to prove there was Mary's bones?
What sample would you use for DNA to show Mary? Don't be stupid.
Drop the bomb then. How in the world he say they got bones of Mary, but you can't prove that those are Mary's bones because they were in an apartment?
Woo, got him.
Because they were in an apartment. Apostle, you be talking out the side of your neck when it comes to this information sometimes, brother. You making claims you can't prove, and you need to show me how they proved that those were her bones.
Hold on, brother. Apostle, it's not your turn, brother. It's not your turn. Why do you keep cutting? Why you? Yeah, he asked you, but then you answered him. He moved on with it, Apostle. Once you answered, you got to let him go. You can't keep on cutting the man off, brother. Nobody cut you off when you went. Nobody, brother. Let the man go. Go ahead, Seven.
Yeah, a brother Apostle, you need to show how they proved that those were Mary's bones. Not because you felt like she lived in some apartment. You need to prove that where she lived, that was where she lived at too. You need to show and prove these claims of these people that most most scientists and historians say that they don't exist. So you need to start showing proof when you make these claims. I'll land my plane there.
All right. Now let Apostle respond. Go ahead, Apostle.
I tell you what, talk to the people that archaeologists over there in Israel that found the tomb after the construction workers alerted them to them. Talk to him to prove to you that they're real. You said that they test the bones to see if they was married. Unless they got a test result of your DNA, they can find your bones out there in the street tomorrow. If there's not a previous DNA taken of you, they won't know who your bones are.
Oh, so we don't have Abraham's DNA?
Later, but no, not unless you got some data somewhere. Now today, people got data. 1,000 years ago, they didn't have no data to compare it with. Ask me a question like that lets me know how stupid you are. What they want to compare it to?
Where's the proof that they're her bones, Apostle?
The bones they found in Egypt, where's the proof that they are who they say they are?
They're found in the tombs.
That don't mean that's the proof. They found Mary's in the tomb, in a ossuary, in a bone box.
So what made
her name on it? Mother
Apostle? How did they know that was Mary's tomb? How did they know that was Mary's tomb? Because there's a process that they go through when they excavate. There's a process.
When they found the young boys, they didn't find it yesterday. They found it over 20 years ago. They released the information 4 years ago.
Well, you got to give it to us.
You can accept it or don't accept it. That's the same thing what they do in Egypt.
I'm asking you to show it. I'm asking you to show it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, what's the verification process for establishing the patriarchal remains, like skeletons for the old patriarch? Like, how do we determine this is the bone?
Talk to them, right? You don't talk to me about that, right? I'm not
okay. Okay.
Exactly.
Well, you making the claims for them, Apostle. You believe in their claims, and you can't show us the method they used.
And no, can you show me the method they use in Egypt?
What, for excavating? Are you talking about when they find something? First off, there's many different things, right? If somebody say this is something here, hold on. You asked the question. I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna show you the method.
King Tut's grandfather.
Okay.
It's a white man with red hair. It's a white man.
Prove it, Apostle.
That's what
Apostle.
That's what
you all over the place. Where's the method at? Show me the method.
Just prove. You go look it up.
Show me the method that you guys use, though.
No, the guy laying there with the straight, red hair.
It's 10 o'clock.
With the hook on his nose, with the European features. King Tut's grandfather. It's a white guy. And all the time, they've been calling him black. But they did the DNA. They did the DNA with King Tut. You know whose DNA he matches? Queen Elizabeth DNA.
You still haven't proven that those were Mary bones and Mary Magdalene's bones exist. You haven't proved that none of these bones exist. You do have to prove it. You do have to prove it.
I don't have to prove it.
Well,
yeah, you do.
Was
You're making the claim.
Elizabeth, that would be great because Queen Elizabeth was always Queen Elizabeth was related to Queen Charlotte, and she was also black. So if King Tut or if King Tut great grandfather was related to Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, right. Queen Elizabeth is
hey, let's say, hey, Seven, pick up a different topic, Seven. Come up with something else.
Yeah,
Queen Charlotte was also black.
Um,
And she was related to Queen Elizabeth as well, right?
well, you know what's funny is, I was really excited to see this debate with Cube and Elder Yara, because the communism, the socialism, and the lineagism and the Marxism is compared to capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that was going to be an interesting topic to see how Cube was going to be able to show him the strengths over capitalism.
So what?
Because
Seven, what if Seven? Hold on, Apostle. What if I told you that communism has its benefits in regards to everybody's on the equal playing field? You know, we don't have to worry about too much about people robbing and breaking into your houses because we all have the same things.
Yeah, nobody got nothing.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, nobody got nothing.
I would agree with that.
Not that we don't have anything, Apostle. We have the same amount. So whereas we're not creating, instead of it's not to say that we're not rewarding hard work or your individualism. It's looking at the bigger picture.
Everybody got the same.
Hold on, Apostle. Because if I could say, well, my skills, I can make all the money in the world, and now it's gonna shift. Now everybody's poor, and I got all the money. 1% of the people got all the money, and everybody else poor. That's not unbalanced.
Opposed to everybody.
Yes.
No, I agree with what he's saying. When you say that you don't have nothing, Apostle, when you say you don't got nothing, but everybody got the same, you do have something. You got the same what everybody got, right? You're not hungry. Nobody's hungry. Nobody's cold. Nobody. Everybody has a way to get around. No. Everybody gets the same education, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with what he said. For me, it's about how it's ran, right? It's about how communism is ran, because you always have people at the top who want to hoard more of the resources or get a little bit more privilege for themselves, which is happening in communism today, right? That's happening in capitalism. That's why I told them both of them have its flaws. It depends on who's running each ideology, because Marxism isn't nothing but the ideology that communism is actually the action of Marxism. So what was that?
I said live a couple of years more when things get real bad because of the tariffs and everything else that Trump is doing and bankrupting the society.
So do you think Trump policy with the Apostle?
Oh, you talking about Trump? You talking about Trump, Apostle?
You can't buy food in the store because the ship didn't leave the dock with the food on the ship.
Well, Apostle, hold on.
Because they stopped the food from coming in.
Can I give you
just a little bit longer?
Can I give you a counterpoint? Because Apostle, Trump is closing the border, so that really increases our opportunity for, instead of outsourcing, we can have grassroots businesses and companies start up and be successful instead of outsourcing it to China and foreign countries. That gives an opportunity for you.
One border, Trump is.
But the only issue with that is that there's some things that we can't create here. We have to trade. You know, there's things that we need to make here that we have to get at, right? Like majority of our energy is coming from Canada. Majority of our lumber is coming from Canada, right? There's minerals that we use to put certain machines together that we got to get from Africa.
Okay.
So
industries every now and then, but this is ludicrous.
What's ludicrous, Apostle?
You.
I'm not ludicrous.
And all this fakeness coming out of Egypt.
I'm mystical too.
First one you got
Apostle, what is fakeness coming out of Egypt? What is that? When you say all this fakeness coming out of Egypt, what is that? What is fake about Egypt?
What you mean what's fake about it? Everything is fake. You don't know.
No, I'm asking you, Apostle. You made a statement. I'm asking you, what is fake about Egypt? That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, it's fake. All of it.
What? Like what?
They're arguing right now, whether he's black or white. We used to argue a long time ago with Queen Elizabeth. Cleopatra. I used to argue Cleopatra was black. What do you mean she's white? White as day. That's what Cleopatra was. A white woman. Period.
She's a white woman.
Yeah. Yeah. She's a white
woman. And that's what the studies prove, huh? That's what historians say.
Her daddy was white.
Her daddy was white.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Apostle,
yeah, she was mixed. She was mixed.
But don't the historians say? Don't the historians say that Jesus was white, Apostle? Don't the historians say that the Hebrews and the Jews are the true Jews? The European. Damn, man, you can't even talk when Apostle on the goddamn panel.
No, he's going to interrupt you every time.
I must say something, and not only me, but everybody. He always got to cut in, man. Let the people say what they want to say, Apostle, and you'll be all right. We letting you speak. I'm letting you speak. King J allowing you to speak without you interrupting, brother. Damn, man. So all I'm saying to you, and I got love for you, I come in there like, yo, Apostle, run the show. All right, but sometimes you gotta be right now. Look at him. Like right now, you gotta have a lot more discipline than you have, brother. Especially saying that you were ran by the most powerful God in the world. You got to show that. When Brother Lai hit this panel, do you see Brother Lai doing this craziness? No. He don't behave like that. He sit back and show his discipline.
You do.
Come on, Apostle. Well, I don't claim a God like y'all do.
And I'm your elder.
Y'all claim a goddamn God and a mighty God. That's what y'all claim.
I'm your elder.
Right.
But that's the reason why I get up, because you disrespect me over and over and over again. So I'm going to always respond to you this way.
Size bias. What?
Yeah, I put that up because the most biased people here is the Israelites.
Right.
Thank you.
Israelites.
Right.
If you ask anybody, watch this right here. Watch this. I'm going to show you how biased a Hebrew Israelite is. Apostle, did Captain Tazariak beat Jabari in the debate?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, now he don't know now. He don't know. Did Captain? All right, tell me Captain Tazariak didn't beat. Who beat Captain Tazariak over here in the HOK? Who?
Yeah, everybody beat Captain Tazariak.
Now he going to speak now. See what I'm talking about? Hebrews are biased, man. Israelites,
man. You want me to speak honestly, right?
Yeah, yes.
I think I remember JJ beating you.
What?
Beating Captain Tazariak?
What?
According to your votes.
Yeah, I do give it to JJ. Y'all had to see the topic though.
And you said.
Yeah, JJ did beat him because of the topic. And I think that topic was about the topic was fitting us. Because Captain was saying something about only Israel can do this, and JJ was saying no. What was it about, Apostle? Do you remember?
I don't remember that debate.
What was it about?
It was a different, it wasn't about
was it about Mary marrying them, having a father, or God impregnating her?
God, Christ and
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. JJ did get him. He did. I give it to him.
Right. Based on what the Bible says, it's hard. It's hard to explain to people that don't. When you say the Bible is perfect, and you read, and you see it's hard.
Yeah, but everybody know the Bible ain't perfect except you, Apostle.
No.
The Bible
based
is
on the Bible,
Apostle and Tazariak.
You asked Divine told you no, it's not perfect.
Right, but I said to you, Tazariak, the Bible is perfect, right?
I didn't say the Bible was perfect.
I'm asking you, is it? Is
I
it?
done had that argument with you, side.
Is the Bible?
What's the flaws in the Bible? What flaws do the Bible have, Apostle?
Point.
It has several flaws, man. I'm not
What up? Name some. Give us some. Tell on yourself. Yeah, spit it out.
Matthew 1, where it talks about the 14 and 14 generation.
Who's talking about that?
The Apostle Matthew.
Huh.
In chapter 1.
And so you're saying that's not right. That's a lie.
Count them. The generations are there before you.
I'm asking you, are you saying that that's a lie, Apostle?
I'm saying they're not. When it says they're 42.
Just say it. Let me hear you. Are you saying that that's a lie? It's not right.
I'm not saying that's a lie. I'm saying it's so.
No, you're saying that it's right then. So it's right.
It's not correct.
Okay, so now hold on. Now that you finally admitted that the Bible is not perfect in its flaws in the Bible.
In its translation.
Is it possible in the translation? Is it possible that there's so many flaws in the translation, brother?
No, because see, these flaws can be seen and understood and corrected.
Well, why there's so many different interpretations from the same word if there's no flaws? Why do so many different people get so many different ways to look at it?
Right? He ain't cutting nobody off. I'm the only
We
one
answering your question, Apostle.
I'm the only one cutting people off. Right? Answer the damn question.
We're correcting you
I just got cut off.
How did a wild horse turn?
Either they're making a liar out of you. They're making a liar and showing how biased you are. Because when they cut off, you don't mind. You don't say nothing to them. It's just when I cut people off. But really, if you showed me the respect, I wouldn't be cutting people off. If you simply asked me a question and allowed me to answer, there'd be no reason to cut anybody off. But the way y'all do it, no, you don't do that. And then I get blamed for all of it, right? Because it's easy to do that because I'm always having to do this when I come on your channel. Because either you are putting me in the back, you're muting my mic, or you're disrespecting me.
And the only reason why I do those things, Apostle.
I've never done nothing but show love and respect to you.
No. Hear me out, Apostle.
We bang.
Look at you.
Why you cutting me off, man?
Because you don't have an ending point, man.
I'm trying to tell you why we wind up like this. Because number one, you disrespect me. Number two, you constantly cut me off. And then you sit here and say, I only cut people off. When it's obvious that they cut me off. But you don't say that. So either you're lying, or you don't see the mistake, or you're biased.
Okay, Apostle, here's the deal. When I allow you to go, you don't have a stopping point, Apostle. You continue to go and go and go and go. And then when I have to stop you, you accuse me of cutting you off. I have to cut you off because if I don't, you can go. Now listen, you can blow. Just like Dr. Leonard Jeffries. I could sit the camera in front of Dr. Leonard Jeffries and go drive to Brooklyn and come back, and he still would be talking. That's how much knowledge and information he got. And I'm giving you that same goddamn credit. You can blow. You can go, Apostle, because you have so much information in you. But sometimes we got to stop it and say, yo, brother, you got to let this man go. And then when they go, you talk over them. You talk over them after you've been speaking for at least good 10 minutes or 5 minutes. And then when the next person goes, you can't stop yourself. I'm gonna let Sakina Rod go because she did have her hand up, and then I got Brother Lai that just joined on the panel.
Okay, Sakina Rod. 5 seconds. Let me
go ahead, 5 seconds. Go ahead.
Because That's not true. What you should do, since you know I'm gonna go a long time, what you should do, say, okay, Apostle, I'm gonna give you 2 more minutes, rather than put me in the back. And say, okay, Apostle, you got 1 more minute. That's all you gotta do. You just don't have to, when I'm making my points, because then it tells me, no, you're trying to stop me. See, yeah, everybody can go, but you'll let them know. Okay, just wind it down, land your plane. That's all you got to do. That's what I say about showing respect. Let me land my plane or give me a warning. Just don't throw me in the back.
All right. Point taken, Apostle. Sakina Ra?
Okay, so I just wanted to ask or add one that if because Queen Elizabeth was related to Queen Charlotte. Now, if that Queen Charlotte was mixed. Now that goes along with Nefertari or Nefertiti. I don't like disrespecting people by their names in business. Now, going back to this, these sarcophaguses and tombstones and whatnot, how do you know from Mary or I don't like getting into that either, but in Kemet, they had their names on these tombstones and sarcophaguses and whatnot, so you couldn't get those messed up. I even have one where in Hatshepsut where they made a mockery out of one in a tombstone, but they don't talk about that. I don't even know if they got something on that. So a lot of people like to, because they don't know, I gotta be slow, but I'll take that for now. Because a lot of my stuff is in books. It's not on internet, but some of it I do have to bring up on internet because I would have to get some kind of screen thing to show it up. But that's here or there. But I do want to respond to this worship in the sun because I think Ryan mentioned it in one of his debates when it went to this Deuteronomy. Now, when you pray 3 and 4 times a day, and I think in Deuteronomy it says something about when the sun and the moon and the stars, something like that. And I must have said something like that on YouTube one time, and I got a bunch of ooh and all this kind of stuff from YouTubers, Facebookers rather, and that's more of a evening time when the sun and the moon meets at the same time. And if you down south, right, the stars are starting to come out. And so that has everything to do with a time of day. And if you praying, you know this time of day. And so are you worshiping the sun, or are you worshiping what we said, if you worshiping God, something you can't see, but you still praying? So are you praying or worshiping the sun, or are you just praying at these times of day? So when you calling people sun worshipers and moon worshipers, or are you just praying these times of days? So sometimes you got to be careful what you saying. And people say you got to be careful what you praying for and what you wishing and hoping for. And I say, don't nobody cuss you out like church folks, because I'm the ones that wish you this and wish you that and send you this, and that, and damn your children and all of this kind of stuff. But when you say these words that are something that you don't like and they're untasteful, they call those curse words. And with that, I'm going to land my plane and I'm going to say Shem and Hotep to you all. And I thank you for this conversation.
Yeah, Akhenaten was worshiping the sun. They called him Ra.
All right, brother.
Thank you for
at the floor, brother.
Speak blessings to everybody on the panel as well as in the chat and your families.
Peace.
My main purpose for coming on was actually to ask Nepal a question, but maybe King J or someone else can answer it. She made a comparison, speaking in regards to the Levitical priesthood, stating that most of the names came from Kemet, with that being the case, what research or what point can I look for a reference to see those names in the Meta-neter, and where would I be able to read them from? If there's anybody here that's on the panel that can somewhat read the Meta-neter.
Are you asking the Levitical priesthoods names that were Kemet, that were Kmetic? Are those names in the Meta-neter? Is that what you're asking, Brother Law?
Yes, and if so, where would I be able to find those in any stela or any kind of glyph anywhere in the Meta-neter?
I don't think.
Hold on. Let me answer this for real quick. So, brother, I can't make no PowerPoint for her, but when you speak of the Meta-neter, I can read it fairly. I can transliterate it fairly well. You ask that question in the chat, who can read Hebrew and Meta-neter? I'm pretty sure I can bring both of them.
That's why I said, King J, that being the case, what stela or what reference would I have to go to research it on my own?
I'm not aware of any Meta. So Meta-neter, so like the pyramid text, the coffin text, those are going to be just basically.
That's what I was going to say. I'll check both of those. Both of those two, it's not mentioned nowhere there.
Yeah, it's not going to be, because those are just protection spells to get that particular Nasut or Pharaoh in the afterworld or to do what. You know what I'm saying? So you're not going to find any of that. Outside of that use of the Meta-neter, is really only used for government things like that. So you wouldn't find it. I would say that you would not find it.
So with that being the case, once again, I'm going to ask the question again, because Nepal stated that all the priests, the names were in the Meta-neter, correct?
I don't remember her saying in the Meta-neter. I don't remember her saying that. I remember her saying they were Kemetic. I don't remember her saying they were Meta-neter.
She was saying all the priests had Kemetic names.
She said
that's what she said.
I heard her say Moses was a Kemetic name.
Moses is a Kemetic name.
No. Listen up, y'all. Listen up. Don't lie. What she said was, how come some of the Levitical priesthood have Kemetic names? That's what she said. Yeah.
That's what she said. Yes.
You can say all of them. She said, how come some of the Kemetic
She says some of them. She said some of them. Yeah.
Here's the names.
And she's right, man. No. If you want to debate her on that, Apostle, I can set up a debate with you and her if you want to do it.
That was Brother Law. That's Brother Law.
Right. Brother Law brought it up. I'm reading First Chronicles, and it got the names of the Levitical priests right here.
Once again, I'm going to ask the question.
Beginning with Levi, the son,
King J,
the son of Jacob. Levi. It has all the children up to Moses and beyond. Is First Chronicles, 8th chapter. Maybe go to the 7th chapter.
Can you name some of them? Name some of them for us so we can just get an idea of.
You know how these names are hard to pronounce, man.
They are.
Jether, Aram, Shalaha. That's definitely Hebrew.
Aramaic.
Zophah, Hebrew.
It's more Aramaic than Hebrew.
Aramaic.
Well, yes. Aramaic, yeah, because the Bible. But I'm saying I'm going to the original Hebrew, where it was first recorded, what the language they spoke. They didn't speak, Moses didn't speak Aramaic. It's a language that developed after 606 BC. So Moses.
What was the point you were trying to make, Brother Law, by asking were those names in the Meta-neter?
That being the case, King J, the question I was asking King J was this: where would I go for a reference point to start to even get a smidget or inkling of those names having somewhat of a comparison and being able to research them and search them back into Kemet? Where would I start?
So I think Kemetic root words are dual, and Aramaic and Hebrew are triliteral. Is that correct?
I know that.
Okay.
Yes, I know that.
So, but like as far as like biblical patriarchs in the sa.neter, I'm not aware of any. You know, like
I'm not speaking about in regards for biblical. What I'm saying to you is this: if those names existed in anywhere in Kemet, what would be a starting point for me to read in Kemet? From thereafter, I can do my research on my own.
Are there a book of common names of Kemetic people?
I'm not I can't answer that question. To my knowledge, I'm not aware of if they are or not. So I don't want to get up here and lie. But yeah.
So how do the Kemetic people obtain their names?
I think attributes of some sort. So, like for instance, the pharaoh has 5 throne names. There's a golden Horus name. There's a Horus name. There's there's different names. There's a land of 2 lands name, Tawi name. There are different names for pharaoh. Like I say, the sa.neter, to my knowledge, is basically funerary text, coffin text, things of that nature, chants to get the
That's all I've never known it as. Funerary text, coffin text, spells, not names, spells.
Yeah.
So with that being the case, and I'm going to reiterate once again, if it was some of the names that can be traced as their lineage coming from Kemet, where
Where did those names come from? If they're attributed, what attributes does those names stand for? I feel exactly what you're saying, Brother Law. That probably would be a better question for Napah, because she somehow obtained the information that those names were Kemetic. So maybe we need for her to share some of that information on how she discovered that.
Hold on, Brother La.
Yes.
Nepal will be in a minute. We will answer your questions.
Okay.
So 7, could you explain
Jason,
go ahead.
Hold on. Jason Lee, you got to cam up, man. I don't know who you are. Cam up. All right, go ahead, Jay.
7, could you explain to us how Moses is Kemetic? Like, break that down to us.
Well, I thought that Moses came from Ahmos. I was told I may be wrong. And they just turned it into Moses. I may be wrong. I believe I read that a couple of times, but I may be wrong.
The M and the S.
Yeah, the Ahmos, and then that's where Moses comes from. But I'll do some more study to.
Or what about
substantiate?
We'll still see that same triliteral, that KMS. That'd be
yes. True. That's true.
So you're saying that
Moses had a priestly name other than Moses. The name Moses, the English version of Moses, come from the Hebrew word Masha, M-A-S-H-A, Masha, and it means to be drawn from water.
But Moses was given his name by Kmetics, right? According to the book, because he didn't have no name. So it had to be a Kmetic name.
Yeah, it is Kmetic.
The Miriam, the sister, was there. She said, do you want me to, and she said she knows the Hebrew because he was wrapped in the Hebrew cloth. And so she gave it a Hebrew name. She called it a Hebrew name as she took it out of the water. And then Miriam said,
but like Nepal said, her mother was Kmetic. So he was Kmetic anyway. He had a Kmetic mother.
No, his mother was a Hebrew. His adopted mother, Pharaoh's daughter, was Kmetic, who found him in the reed.
I believe didn't she read it? She showed the source.
Who? No.
Napah. Or she read the source.
No. No.
Oh, I could have swore I saw
Said,
her showing proof that she was Egyptian. Her
I
mother was
said
Egyptian. His mother was
Moses'
Egyptian.
mother was an Israelite. The reason why she put Moses in the river was because they was coming to kill the baby. If she was a Kemetic, why would they be coming to kill her baby?
Because she could have converted to Hebrew and then she got a Hebrew baby, right?
Man, go on with that, man. No.
Well, that's not possible, Apostle. Come on, man.
No, she wasn't Hebrew.
Well, when Napah
She
come in,
wasn't Hebrew.
we'll let her address it. That was her point. We'll let her address it because you're gonna be right no matter what evidence people put in front of you,
It doesn't
right?
matter.
So 7. Let's just talk about some history real quick. So during the Akkadian, right, and cuneiform, right, was that not the lingua franca during that time? It wouldn't have been meta-neter or anything like that. It would have been probably Akkadian.
Yeah, that would be their own, Arcadian for that region. It wasn't meta-neter, no. But
Yeah.
both of those civilizations were developing pretty much at the same time. From all the research that I keep finding to see who's first or who did it first, I keep coming into around the same time. So those were two different people developing language and writing in two different spaces, and that's incredible to me when you look at history.
The Amarna letters are written in Akkadian, right?
I'm not sure. I can't say for sure if they were.
Akkadian cuneiform, and that's correspondence between Egypt and the Canaanite vassals.
Which I want to get back to because all of that fluff that when you was talking about the Semitic people in Egypt, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Israelites aren't the only Semitic people in the Levant.
No.
So because there were Semitic people in Kemet, don't make them Israelites, right?
So we would have to identify what specific.
All right, hey, hold on. Let me bring in Joseph the Lion real quick. See what he got. Peace, brother.
Okay.
What's up, man?
We can't hear you.
Unmute yourself.
Sorry about that, man. Shabbat Shalom, Shalom Alaikum. Hey, listen, hey, Scott.
Yeah.
I just will say this one point is that when you have somebody that just overtalk somebody, that's somebody pinned in the corner. That's somebody that's pinned in the corner. No disrespect to nobody on the panel, but allow a person to speak. And you have people on here that's bringing forth things that I've read myself personally as a Hebrew Israelite. But I just want to say, I would love to see just a debate between Napah and between a prophet, just to see how things go out. That's moderated.
You mean apostle?
The apostle, the apostle. To bring forth something, but just with controlling some of the stuff I said in there, like when you can't bridle your tongue, it's over with. That's something you got to be able to control your spirit to have a righteous debate, in a sense, to hear what somebody say. Because at the end of the day, I hear people say things that are contrary, but I'll listen. Not only I'll listen, I'll go back when it's done with, I'll research to see if they're right, because we always think we right. When you had that thing when you think you know something, that means you've been indoctrinated and pinned into a corner. You just want to believe one thing. But research what a person is saying to them, and be open, because we all come from an era where we was taught things from our youth. Like I came up as a Jehovah's Witness, went to a 5%er, went to a Muslim, Ansar Sunni, been licensed, ordained, went to Bible college. So what I've learned those years is that it's not what you indoctrinated or taught, but look for what things are for the truth and be open to hear other things. Because even when we're talking about things about the law, I said the Hammurabi Code. What is you talking about? That goes back to 1700 BC, 5000 BC. I'm just saying.
Hey, guess what, brother? You're not finished climbing the ladder. When you get to the top,
Facts.
When you get to the top, you will find realismism at the top, brother. And when you get to realismism, drop all of that fake stuff, brother, and come to the light, brother. The religion of realism.
You agree with that? Drop all that fake
stuff. I agree with you. Like I never even knew what Kemet was, but as an Israelite, I follow.
I'm not even talking about Kemet. I'm just talking about.
I'm just using one doctrine or one correcting something. I didn't even know what Kemet was, but I was following different Israelites. Certain few Israelites I follow. I'm not camp embedded with certain things. Even as an Israelite, I read what's in the books, whatever, and I researched a lot of things. But when I started watching stuff with Captain Nazarite, and that's how I came to this platform. Like, who signed that? I ain't know who, none of y'all. I knew some people that was fathers and stuff like that. But I was like, man, I said, let me go buy this book on X, Y, and Z. And then research for myself, like not to be closed-minded, but to see what's out there. Because there's more than one thing that's out there, and to allow me to weed through things and see what makes sense, what the spirit makes sense to me with. And that's that. Like I said, I would love to see. And I watched something when you had Ron Dalton on, Nepal was tearing him up. And his whole thing was to overtalk. And a lot of us, to be honest, as Hebrew Israelites, I watch when they get something that's not comfortable to them, they want to just keep over talking. You say, oh, read the script. I'm gonna get to you 1 second, brother. Read this scripture. Go read it. They direct and deflect things, and they want to overtalk you. So what Apostle was doing a lot of time was the same thing Ron Dalton did. Like, give a person time to explain, and that's what I'm saying. A proper debate. Give a person uninterrupted time to explain, and go at it. And if where your works is going to stand, they're going to stand at the end of the day. If they don't stand, it is what it is. But you have to be humble enough to be able to receive something that somebody's saying to you, listen to it, go do your due diligence, and find out if it's true or if it's not true, or how it resonates with you. That's the main thing I wanted to say, really wanted to say.
And that's somebody other than sa.neter saying that. You would reinforce what sa.neter was saying.
I'm gonna tell you, to me, I haven't met an Israelite yet that can beat Nepal. Not none of them.
I wouldn't challenge, to be honest. I challenge. Listen, I challenge. Not being funny. I would debate Cat with some stuff, line by line with some. I would debate the other people I follow. I would debate Hakai or Sami, and I respect them brothers tremendously.
Listen,
but the way she was coming, I said, when she came, I said, man, I'm glad I ain't married to her. That was my interjection, man.
Listen. Deacon Hakai have debated Israelite women. Captain Tazariot have debated women. I don't know if they Israelites, but women. A lot of Israelites that you see that stands outside the corners, they have debated women. Yeah, whether they going back and forth. But when Nepal steps in and asks them, yo, I'll take you on that, they say, I don't debate women. They come up with,
that's a cop out. That's you running.
Because they know Nepal will spank them. They know that. Nepal before Captain. I don't know. Now, I don't know if she's been studying before Captain. I don't know.
Hey, sa.neter, listen. You made me. I'm gonna have to buy some cheap beef bologna this week, man. Trying to put forth messages out there, man, on here. But no, she's sharp. I'll say that, and what she said, I've heard before. Or when she said something, I went and researched it. She coming with factual information, so I have a lot of respect for her. Like I said, I'm glad that's not my rib, but she is a strong like she's a very strong person defending things or debating. So if you come in and you have prepared, you can get offended and get upset and be angry, reach out because you're not prepared for that. And it's more embarrassing for a man to say, this woman is shutting me down.
Right. And that's why they don't want that smoke.
They don't want that smoke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you watched HOK and saw Nepal teach, you learned something. If you wasn't being biased and you watched that,
I'm never biased.
You learned something. Yes, sir.
Hey, fam, what I say, I hear what's being said. I research what's being said. If I got to go, if they give me a reference or a title or something, I go buy it, look it up, and I see for myself. And then I let the the spirit bear witness whether it's true or false. And that's just how I operate and how I move in the spirit. But no, a lot of respect for it.
Like I said.
Did you hear what I was saying? What I told sa.neter, what I told him? Or have you witnessed?
You kind of low, bro.
7, have you listened? King 7 or 7 of sa cut me off tonight? Have they cut me off tonight?
But Apostle,
did they cut me off tonight?
At certain points because you went overextended. But Apostle, at the same time, soon as somebody said something, you cut me off now. Like I said, man, at the end of the day, any man amongst you that seems to be religious and bridle not his tongue, this man religion is in vain. At some point, you have to humble yourself and bridle your tongue. If you can't control your tongue, and you go like Timothy, you can't control your tongue. You can't control anything. That's the
control your tongue.
What you say? I can't. You're kind of low. I didn't hear you, brother.
I said, can you control your tongue?
Yeah, more than you can. I would say that, to be honest with you.
More? Oh, okay.
Listen. I walk away from stuff sometimes when people get certain things. If I'm out on the streets, listen, walk away from certain things. There are certain times because I'm here. Listen, let me finish saying. You asked me a question. Let me answer it. There are certain times where there's things that happen where somebody could provoke me a certain way, and I want to rattle off, and I might do that for a second, but then I collect myself, and within my mind, within my spirit, I'm like, I'm doing this. This guy's trying to provoke a spirit in me to let me not fall into what he's saying, and I fall away from it. So yes, to be honest, have I made the mistake of getting into something? But I don't engage that long.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all I'm saying to you.
Yeah, good, brother. Good. Have you seen me for over the years I've been on here?
It's hard to hear you. Everybody else I can hear loud and clear. My phone on max. Say that again.
Okay. Have you been following me? How long have you been following me on this channel?
Probably about as I found you on sa.neter's channel.
Ain't that where we are now?
On sa.neter's channel, but
ain't that where we are now? Ain't we on sa.neter's channel now?
Yes, sir, Apostle.
I said, have you seen me on anybody else's channel?
No, sir. No. That's how I know you from here. Yeah.
Go to other channels.
What channels you be on, brother?
Right now, honestly, I've exclusively the last 6 months exclusively been concentrating on sa.neter's channel.
Yeah, that's why I usually see you at.
Yeah, we love you here.
Exclusively.
We love you here, brother.
So I don't do that. Wait till it's your time to talk. So
and you pray for a lot of truth. I apologize. You hear me?
See, the thing is, when you are only hearing, come on, you always cut. When you constantly hear that, it makes you draw your attention to that.
Turn your mic up a little bit, Apostle. Turn your mic.
I can't hear him. Yeah, I thought it was just me.
When you testing one, testing. I don't know what's
still low, brother. Apostle still low.
Okay, when you are constantly treated a certain way, it causes you to react in a different way. Now, one thing I can say about being on sa.neter's channel, if he's in agreement with you, you can go as long as you want to go. He's not going to cut you off.
I can't say that. I hear what you're saying, but I've seen stuff.
I've been here since 2015.
Okay.
2015. And from day one, sa.neter has made it a competition between me and him because of the way Israelites used to treat him. And he would be the first to admit that.
Ty, would you admit that, Ty?
No.
No, I would not admit that. No.
I know. I just wanted because he said it. I just wanted to bring you forth to witness, defend yourself. Go ahead.
Right. Believe me.
I just like beating up Israelites sometimes on the information. I love my brothers, but I just like beating up the information.
Listen,
because, like I said, they used to always beat me down, and they be happy about it. But I guess what? I never took it personal like they do now. Now they cry. They say that I'm the devil. They say that God gonna kill my family. They do all that.
You know what
It means you can call them.
Nobody said he's gonna kill his family.
No, I didn't say you, Apostle, not you.
But they will say that because you will say, "Fuck y'all, I'm gonna burn up the Bible." And then you backed away from
Apostle. The only time you heard me respond like that, when I say F the Most High, it was only because y'all was saying Dr. Ben was gay. See, if you're going to tell the story, be quiet. Let me talk, brother. If you're going to tell the story, tell why I said what I said. Remember, ISUPK came out talking about Dr. Ben was a government agent, talked about Dr. Utmost was gay, Jabari was gay. Y'all started all that stuff. We came with the knowledge. We came with the information. But y'all started talking about Kemetic is gay and busting nuts on letters. Y'all started that. And so then when I came back harder than that, y'all started crying. Y'all couldn't take it. Y'all want, the Most High gonna kill his family, and the Most High gonna do this. Y'all started that, brother. Not me. Y'all started that homosexual talking. We didn't.
You know why they say about the homosexual? Because of their coffin text that said Horus copulated, Set copulated in the buttocks of Horus. It says.
It said not. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pascal.
Don't cut me off.
I apologize, brother.
Okay.
Lock it.
Okay. So, I know when the guy's capping, eating cheese. I know that. I never be good at it. But I recognize it and I identify with it. When the cat is eating cheese. And when he's trying to get in the gate. And he wants a little favoritism. I know how to act. But it goes against my spirit. Because after all, I'm a man. And I'm going to say what I believe. Not what you want me to say. Not what you think I'm going to say. I'm going to say what I believe. And I believe this to the fullest. Since I was 22 years old. I believe this. I used to be a Christian pastor. Yes. In 2014, that changed. So for people to say I can't change, that's a lie. So that's a lie. I change. But when I'm constantly being the one, because I disagree, I'm getting put in the back, my mic is getting mute, not being able to make a point. Just like when you saw me and her going back and forth. If you tried to say I did something different than what she was doing, I'm going to call you out on it, and I'm going to say you can't. Because she questioned me, cut me off as much as I cut her off. We were both going there. And when I had to deal with her cutting me off, I had Sa cut me off. So I had both of them doing it. And if you're saying anything different, you're not being truthful.
So, Apostle, it takes two witnesses to stand against you, correct?
If you stand
That's facts.
against me, stand.
That's facts.
Stand against me.
Just let me know when I can speak.
You got to raise your hand.
You can speak now. King J, that don't bother me how you feel. You don't have to quote scripture on me. I know it very well.
This is Brother Last. Just let me know when I can speak.
Go ahead, brother.
What I was going to say is this. At this point, I was sitting, I'm listening and letting you guys talk, but I was primarily waiting for, I was primarily waiting for Nepal to come back on. I'm not going to interject or intervene into it because at this point from watching, it's a lot of woman and man worshiping, and I'm not into that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I'm not into that. I just want answers, and I just want the truth for the resource where I can go find it out on my own. That's all. I'm not into worshiping men and women. I'm not into that.
Yeah.
Define worshiping.
Hold on. I got to deal with realismism now. Brother Locke calling me out. Let me ask you a question, my brother Locke.
I'm not calling you out at all.
I know. I'm still going to deal with realism.
So why say that?
Okay, I'm still going to deal with realismism. Everybody,
your perception of
Abrahamic faith believer are men worshipers. You worship a man. You believe that your Allah is a he. You don't worship a she. The Hebrew Israelites believe that their God is Yahweh. He is a he. So you do man worship. You do. Whether you want to call him a man or whether you want to call him a he, whether you have the ultimate man worshiper, and you will do anything for that man. If he put in your heart the spirit to kill a baby, you will kill that baby. Why? Because you believing in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, brother. And you said, you know what? If I don't do this, I'm going to take your life. And you will kill that baby, just like the Arabs are doing right now. They strapping bombs to themselves, right? Because they said we should not submit to tyranny or oppression. And they said they would rather die for the Most High, for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, before they would live to be like this. And so, yes, y'all do men worshiping, brother. Male worshiping to the utmost degree. And I'm not talking about men like us. I don't want to be disrespectful. I want to clear it. I'm not saying men like us, brother La. I'm saying you have a male God. Am I right or wrong, brother? I'll let you speak. Go ahead.
What I emphasize by saying is man, meaning men and women, human beings. I'm not speaking about in regards for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because definitively to define Allah as being a man or a woman, it doesn't specify that anywhere in the Quran. Nowhere.
So brother,
But it says Quran, one of the things y'all go to, pardon self. One of the things y'all say to in the Quran, listen, I was a Muslim for 10 years, Sunni and Ansar. The one thing it says in the Quran, when y'all try to debate whether it's the Christians or whatever the case may be, is Allah has no wife, so how can Isa be the son? So if he said you have a wife, the Quran says that it's a male. It's a masculine figure. Is that wrong or no?
Esau is not Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Esau is an apostle.
Your dog is either male or female. You can't.
But I asked you a question in your Quran.
I'm asking your question.
He's trying to answer it.
He's asking La. He's asking Brother La, Apostle.
Brother La, yeah.
I'll wait until Nepal comes on, and then I'll jump back on the panel.
Go ahead.
I'll jump back on it.
Oh, Brother La, you running because Brother La has some questions for your statement.
No, the statement that the brother made was this. He spoke about in regards for Esau. Esau is not Allah.
I say Isa, bro. Isa. In the Quran, when it speaks about it, says Allah has no helpers, no wife, no. So when they talk about from a Christian perspective, that he has no son, he has no wife or no helper or no son. I'm saying, so if it says he has no wife, that means it has to be a masculine figure. That's what I was asking, Brother La.
No. In Arabic, we say no.
Okay, Brother La. So follow-up question: the exalted one, the exalted he, is that not him, a man, masculine? There is no God but Allah.
Apostle, please don't do that, Apostle. I'm trying to be reserved and let brothers speak.
I'm talking low in the background.
But we can hear you though, brother.
Well, shit, when I'm talking loud, they can't hear me. Y'all hear me? Yeah, I'm talking loud and the brother couldn't hear me.
Brother La, how would I say How would I say the exalted one or Allah the exalted? He is exalted.
Can you repeat that again, brother?
How would I say Allah the exalted one or he is exalted in Arabic?
The exalted one?
Mm-hmm.
You want to say you would say that he's the Rahman or Rahim.
Okay. So is that in a masculine or feminine?
Neither.
Rahim does not allude to masculine.
No. A Rahman, the most merciful, the most beneficial, the most merciful.
The exalted one.
You saying
So,
exalted one? That's
to
not.
me, it's a preposition. What's your point, man?
Yeah, he's trying to have a linguistic argument. He's saying
Yes. I do want to address Brother Law, though. I need to address the brother because he came in the room and he came on the panel and he said that we were men and women worshiping. And we can't, and I'm confused because how are we worshiping men and women when we're giving positive affirmation for someone's work?
You booty clap.
A human. I mean, you call it whatever you want to call it. You call it whatever you want to call it, but that just lets me know you're getting cut. You're feeling the kind of way for someone getting praised for a job well done. Humans should be able to acknowledge and positive affirmations to each other when a job is well done. And for you to accuse us of worshiping men and women we're because we're giving positive affirmations to somebody for a job well done, I feel is disingenuous, brother.
Yeah, but it gets crazy when it gets to a double standard, though.
What double standard?
You muted, sir.
Why is Apostle talking while y'all talking, man?
Because that's what he do.
This is crazy.
Why are they talking while I was talking? See that?
Hey, let me bring in Keon. Keon, what's up, brother?
What's good, sir? But yeah, going with a seven of Star was just saying the reason why I say it's a double standard because it gets to a point where you guys will sit up here and say that we're crazy for worshiping somebody for what they did that we think is good, but then on the other hand, you try to push Dr. Ben and all these other people, and then it's like, oh well, when we say you guys are worshiping those people as men, it's like, oh no, we're not. It's different because of this and that and this and that. It's a double standard.
But nobody's worshiped Dr. Ben. Where you get that from?
I was just about to say that.
Where you get
nobody?
That from?
Oh my goodness! You see,
Dr. Ben?
Yeah.
Nah, ain't nobody never worshiped Dr. Ben. They always.
There's been no men and women worshiping here. None.
I think y'all taking the word worship a little too
right.
When I say worship, I mean
then don't
like
use it.
Affirmation.
Then don't use it, brother. Then don't use it because it was meant in that way. The way you say we taking it wrong, that's the way it was said.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you took it wrong, but I really mean like.
I didn't take it wrong. Did you say it to me, brother? Last the one that said it. You speaking for him?
He see it as Brother Lot see it.
Well, it's just okay. Let's
is that how you meant it, Brother Law? I haven't heard Brother Law speak on it yet. I heard Keon say.
Let's use the word affirmation because that's the word that you use since we're having such a hard time with the word worship.
Well, thank you for selecting that word I used, Keon. You are gracious in your selection, brother. I appreciate your input.
Hold on, because we getting into an argument about using words, and that's ridiculous. But when
I'm not arguing. That's you all are.
When you're affirming one person, right, and you can see the good in one person and what they're doing, but yet on the other side, you can't see the good in the other. You refuse. Not even you can't see it. You refuse to see it on the other side.
Where I don't see the good side of what someone does. When have I expressed that, Keon? Are you talking collective or are you talking to me? Are you talking to me?
All the time. You guys do it all the time. Don't try to backpedal.
What did I say in particular where I disparaged something positive? Because I talk about history. I talk about facts. I don't talk about feelings. I don't talk about belief. I talk about history and I talk about facts. That's what I talk about on this panel when I get on here.
Is it a fact that the words of Jesus Christ and Yahweh and God, the Most High Himself, are good words and good teachings? Is that a fact?
It's relative to anybody. If it makes somebody, if they use those words,
see.
hold on. I never said that affirming somebody is worshiping somebody. So whether it's positive, I mean, you're convoluting the conversation by asking me that question.
I'm not. You're trying
Because
to make
I
it.
never
You're trying to make my
implied
you're trying to
that
make my
what I'm
argument
saying
relative to
is going to
someone's
make
life.
somebody's life better or not better. I never implied that. I'm about facts and getting the record straight. That's what I'm about, Keon. It's you all who tried to push your narratives on people and put mix in your emotions.
What
Right?
narrative?
Talk about male worshiping and female worshiping when people are just being positive around each other. That's you all inserting those types of degradation for men and women, human beings, to engage with each other in positive. So I don't come on here and say, well, there's a lot of people who are positive, who are Hebrews, who have great lives, who are Christians, who are Muslim, living great lives. They may be living it in some misinformation, but it don't mean that they can't still live great lives because they misinformed. So
Right.
you got it all wrong, brother Keon. That's why I'm saying don't come in here and start judging people talking about they worship male and female worshiping because you disagree with the tone of the person who's worthy of being praised for good
But
work.
of course, Seven Aside is not misinformed, is he?
It's not yet.
Is it?
Well,
Are you
hey,
misinformed?
we will differ in that. You believe it's information that's correct. I can prove that it's misinformation.
You can't prove nothing that
Oh,
I say.
I proved that Mary didn't have no bones. They didn't discover the bones of Mary
That you
or
didn't
Mary
believe
Magdalene.
that.
Yes, I
You
did.
used
I
the
did.
God.
You couldn't
You
show
didn't
nothing.
you
Why
didn't
should I?
prove
And then, a brother apostle, why should I prove anything to you? You don't want to prove nothing to nobody. Every time we
you
ask you to pull up a source or prove it or even cite something, you don't want to do it. We got to go look and go see the people. So don't come to me about proving something,
all
brother.
right, all right, all right, all right.
Oh.
Let me shut your mouth up, man. Let me shut your mouth up, please. I'm sharing my screen, sir.
Oh man, before you do that, I want to say that I was walking around Harlem today and I bumped into Professor Larry on 125th Street and I bumped into a few other people. Y'all ever heard of Brother Shabazz? Elder
Oh yeah,
Shabazz? I
oh yeah.
bumped into Shabazz as well.
Yes.
I'm gonna throw all of that up on the Patreon. I gotta feed them because they support me. But I play a short clip of Professor Larry. I had to ask him a question about slavery, being that this is coming up with the sisters. That's coming up with the sisters soon. The beginning of the month. All right. So lies my teacher told me, myths about the slave trade. So Sister Dots and Sister Dulcinea, they're gonna go in on the slave trade.
Oh my goodness.
They believe that these are lies that they told us. So
This is tonight.
no, that's gonna be on the first of the month. And so with that,
Tell me, sir, who backed out of the debate?
Cube called me and said that he can't do the debate today. That's what he said. He called me and said he can't do the debate because I think he said he'd been up late last night or something like that.
Hungover.
Yeah, but he definitely said he want to do it on a Monday or something like that. So
okay, you believed it?
I don't know when I'm gonna do it. So I don't know.
I said, did you
You're lucky
believe
I
it?
don't be reading these.
Do I believe him? I mean, it's not about do I believe him or not, but
Okay.
it is what it is.
It don't matter. He ain't coming.
Yeah, he said it. Here's what Larry had to say. He went in on Trump and all of them, man, but I just played this part here.
Lives in the Middle Passage on our way traveling, 600,000. Do you think it was some fabrication going on in the story?
I think that very few people actually understand what happened to our ancestors during the transatlantic slave trade, right?
when I asked him, I said, "Do you think it was Israelites on the ship?" He just bust out laughing. Larry funny as hell. Larry funny as hell, man.
Because the understanding that people have today of the transatlantic slave trade is that there was a transatlantic slave trade. You understand? Mm-hmm. That's their understanding. And I would challenge that. And the reason I would challenge it is because I understand how the world works. And once you understand how the world works, you can apply that shit to everything.
Now, when you say you would challenge that, what you mean? Challenge what?
How many different people were involved? And when I say people, I mean different types of people. French, English, Spanish, Dutch, Portuguese were involved in this transatlantic slave trade.
So how come you didn't mention Africans?
You gotta, didn't we say transatlantic?
Uh-huh.
Okay, because Africans wasn't transatlantic in nobody.
Okay.
I know, listen, sa.neter, I keep telling you, right? I told you I would challenge that. Okay. And the reason I would challenge it is because I really need you to understand, right? And I kind of really want your viewers to understand, right? And I'm gonna say this slowly so that nobody misses it, right? Your understanding has been packaged so that you see things in convenient little snippets that don't really give you any information. It gives you a general idea of something. And then you get a picture of black people in chains on boats crossing the water. You understand? So you don't really understand that, for instance, right? For instance, you mentioned Africans, right? You know that I'm the one who tells you that there are no Africans, right? Especially when you're talking about the transatlantic slave trade, right? You cannot say Africans were selling Africans because they were not Africans. You had different groups warring against each other, right? The majority of which were Muslims, right? And they were taking territory from people and they were selling to people that they were taking their goddamn land from.
Where's Brother La? Where's Brother La?
I'm here.
I know.
Oh, he ran. He ran after I had to check him about in here disrespecting Brother Locke decided to run.
I'm saying that because Larry talking about, and I told him how the Muslims was warring with people, taking them and selling them. Where's Brother La at? Where's Brother La? Listen.
Selling Africans because they were not African. For instance, you mentioned Africans, right? You know that I'm the one who tells you that there are no Africans, right? Especially when you're talking about the transatlantic slave trade, right? You cannot say Africans were selling Africans because they were not Africans. You had different groups warring against each other, right? The majority of which were Muslims, right? And they were taking territory from people and they were selling to people that they were taking their goddamn land from. That's why so many people from the Mandate group came over here after the empire was conquered. You understand? You had jihads, Fulani jihads going on in the 1800s. You had massive amounts of black people being sold by those Muslims at that time. But that's not the transatlantic slave trade. Okay? That's a different conversation. That's a different subject. What I was talking about when I say I take issue with it, because I know these people weren't cooperating. They were at war with each other. You understand? And because they were at war with each other, right? You see things like when you look at those slave forts, right? The dungeons, like Cape Coast Castle, right? And you see those big ass cannons on Cape Coast Castle. Those cannons are pointing in the water. They wasn't trying to shoot Africans with them cannons. Those cannons was for other Europeans coming to hijack their ass because they was fighting, right? So now I understand why they try to consolidate all of this activity and try to package it into one thing and call it a transatlantic slave trade, right? But you ever go, like, you know how they do those what do they call it? Where they have everybody waiting outside the store, the sneaker store for the new sneakers, right? And there's only so many pairs of new sneakers, and the chaos that ensues, that's more like what was going on, what you calling the transatlantic slave trade. You understand? Out of which.
All right. Let's get to Brother La. Let me call up Brother La. Let's see if he's running and ducking and hiding. Yeah, well, Brother La, know I'm calling him. He's watching and he's hiding.
9-2.
All right, Brother La is hiding, so he don't want the smoke. Here's Nepal. Nepal is in the building.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Now what was the issue?
Sister, I think what it was is he was mad because we was giving you your props for what you done, and we checked him. He tried to say we were men and women worshiping because we was giving you, Brother sa.neter, and a lot of brothers and sisters we give praise to when they on point. So I kind of checked him on that, and he ran.
Napah, do you still
Oh
got
wow.
that?
Is that what happened, sa.neter?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you?
But I was going.
Is that what happened, panel? Is that what happened, panel?
I was
I'm
going.
not saying you're saying sa.neter. I'm not saying you're lying. I just can't believe Brother Law came in and sa.neter said it was about the information with the names of the Levites.
Yeah, he wanted to know how did you come about to find out that the Levites had some of them had Kemetic names. Well, where did you get the names from? Where did you get that information from? And what are the names?
There's different information out there. Damn it, my.
What's up, Nepal? You there?
Yeah, I think she fell out. Oh.
Napah,
back.
All right, she fell off or something.
Yeah, something happened. I wanted to
Well,
get
now Brother Locke comes back.
Uh-oh.
And falls off.
For Mary Banks. I got the Jesus Family tune. I got that queued up. So we can show it when y'all ready. You want me to show it now, sir?
Nepal gonna jump right back in.
Okay.
Well, go ahead, show what you got to show.
She got the Mary Magdalene one. I don't have that. I got this one.
Apostle, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think your mic is connected. It sounds like you're using your computer mic.
Is Nepal in the background, sa.neter?
Nah, she fell off, but she'll be back.
My computer doesn't have mic. It might be the mic that's on that camera.
All right, your slides are showing, Apostle.
All right. This is what they call the Jesus Family Tomb, Part 1, that they discovered. Here's the website. You can look it up for your damn self.
Who is it? Who discovered it, Apostle?
Here's the website right here.
I can't see it.
Yeah, it's. Let me see if I can blow it up.
So that's the website that who was found in there?
Yeah, right. I mean,
Apostle,
that says Twitter. That's a Twitter. That's not a Twitter. Read your source.
Right down here.
Brother, Apostle, you cannot use Twitter as a source. That's worse than the wiki.
Twitter. There are 2 web addresses here. The top one is Twitter. You don't think I know that?
What's the other one?
Go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read it, Apostle. Go ahead. Read your source.
HTTPS /
No, read the source, Apostle. Read it up here. What you got in yellow and red?
Jesus History. 335 subscribers or whatever. Jesus Family Tomb reopened. Part 1.
All right. And you're just going to go with that with no facts checking, none of that.
No, you didn't read it.
No, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for him to read it.
The original that I have, this is to a PowerPoint. I thought this was the one. This is not the one.
Apostle, guess what? Guess what, Apostle? Let me tell you something. Apostle, can you give me a minute? Give me a minute, Apostle.
Yeah.
If this was real, don't you know it would have been in the museum?
It's in the museum.
Where at?
In Israel. all the Osirians.
All right, go ahead. Go look it up. Go show us. Bring it to us from Israel. Go Google it.
You made that up, Apostle.
Why would I make it up, man?
You believe Twitter?
Google it, Apostle. Google it. So, like Sa said, Google it in the museum.
So what's Mary Bones in the museum?
It's okay, Apostle. You dealing with heathens. It's okay, man. I believe
I'm not too worried about it, man. I missed up on this. I'm not going to.
That goes to my point.
They found it, and that's all there's to it. And right now,
they ain't find nothing.
Right now, they are excavating King David's tomb. Right now, today. So I don't have to say that.
Do you know how many Christians and Hebrews, if they had empirical evidence of something like that, do you know how across the world that information would be readily researched and confirmed?
Yeah.
You bringing up some slide that don't even say what it says, and making this claim, Apostle.
Do you know how many people in the world don't know what's going on in Egypt?
We ain't talking about what's going on. We talking about what can be proven.
Facebook post.
Do you understand there are people in the world that don't know nothing about the tombs they recovered in Egypt? Don't know nothing about them.
Anthony Browder do. He ain't said nothing about it.
He's one person.
Facts.
I'm saying, you know, there are other people in the world that don't know nothing about that. Don't know what they got in the museum.
Well, pull it up for us, brother.
I don't have to pull it up. I'm just letting you know. Everybody don't
Notice, remember when I told you that he was going to say he doesn't have to do it? Remember when I told you he wants us to believe it just because he say it? Apostle will never have to show it because he can't prove it. It's what he believes.
Yeah, that's the fact. Apostles think that we believers like him. That's
Exactly.
not cool, Apostle. We're not believers, man. Either
See,
you
that's
know
your
it or you
problem.
don't know it, brother.
That's your problem.
No, that's not no problem. Let me bring on Jason Lee. Jason Lee, what up, man? And Brother Lod, Nepal, I think her phone died because I tried calling and went straight to voicemail. I think her joint died. So you could go and come back, Brother Lod. You'll see when she come on.
My bad. I think I was
What's
muted.
up, man?
Peace. What's going on to the panel? How's everything?
Good. What's up, brother?
Peace.
Yeah, I was trying to get in earlier, but my cam wasn't working. But I wanted to go back to the topic that I think the elder was talking about. As far as like, I don't know if it was the elder that was speaking, but was referring to I guess the tombs or why people don't dig up the. Well, he mentioned King David, that they excavated King David's tomb. They're never going to do that.
Never.
Even if I don't believe David was actually an actual person. There's no record.
Right.
And not remember back in I believe it was 1938. The gentleman's name was Starkey, and he did a excavation of Lachish, which was a Judite city. That fell back by Sennacherib back in like 700 BC, right? Well, when they collected the skulls, I think they collected 600. When they did the cranial exam of those skulls, it showed that it matched the ones in Kerma, which is in northern Sudan, and in Upper Egypt. So the reason why they're never going to dig those bodies up, even though they're probably there, like Hezekiah, people who are actually recorded in history, because they know once they dig those bodies up, people are going to want to know what were the genetic makeup of the people there. And the only study that they ever did showed that they were actually African. So I don't think they ever do that.
So Jason, are you saying that there actually are bodies?
I'm pretty sure they are. I mean, why wouldn't there be?
Because we haven't seen them yet. Where are they?
But what I'm saying is,
well, the bodies of who?
Of like Judite kings.
Bodies who? Of all the major players of the Bible? Those are the bodies you're talking about?
No, not all the major players. I'm talking about those who are recorded in history, like Hezekiah and his son Manasseh, who's actually recorded in history.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair, because you can have contemporary sources to prove that.
Right, and they already did a test back in 1938, I believe it was 1936 or 38.
I brought up Hezekiah, but what we will find is that those tribes in the Levant area were Aramaean stock and Chaldean stock. That's what they show. So
not after the cranial exam. If you look at R.L. Rizdon's book, he actually took those skulls because Starkey was actually murdered while he was before he was able to finish the excavation.
So, Jason, do you subscribe to the scientific racism? Because cranial size, you can't tell a person's race by their skeleton.
No, I'm not saying
that.
I'm just saying that they said that it was his report was that it is identical to the
Negroid skulls.
No, not Negroid, but particularly to those in Upper Egypt.
So you're misleading because when you mention Nubian and Kerma, we automatically thinking Negroid. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh man, burn the Bible! Burn the Bible! Burn the Bible!
Source up or shut up.
He's a goddamn heathen. He's a heathen.
Keon.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you was right. I was using the mic on my camera.
Yeah. Okay.
Does it sound better?
A little bit. Yep.
A little bit better.
Yep.
Yeah, and you can turn it up too now, Apostle. Which one you got it in? 1, 2, 3, or 4?
I got it in 1.
All right. Hit the bottom of, like, touch the screen. You see what color you got 1 in? What color is it? Number 1. And no, you ain't got it in red, brother.
Yeah, it's green down at the bottom, but it's
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. There you go.
yeah.
You got it.
I gotta turn it down now, right?
All right. Is that you or me?
No,
That's him.
That's me. I'm turning it down. It's too loud.
Nah. What it is your headphones is close to your mic. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, yeah, headphones is on my head. My mouth
Yeah,
is at my
I know that. And when the headphones is close to the mic, you're gonna hear that ring sound.
Okay, how you hear me now?
I hear you. But what level do you got your mic on? It's going up to what when you talk?
About oh man, hold
Better
on.
now.
Almost yellow.
Is it going up? Okay. Now what I'm trying to tell you, touch the number. You got it on 1, right?
Yeah.
You need to back up off your mic. That's what it is. Back up off your mic. Push your mic back. You ain't got to go back.
I'm pushing it back. Yes, I mean no,
All right.
you don't understand.
Touch the number 1. When you touch it down there, it's gonna let you know if you want to turn it up or turn it down.
Touch number 1.
Yeah. Now you're gonna see the level right there.
Yeah.
Plus or minus.
It's
What level you got it on?
1.
Nah, brother, you can't have it on. Brother, you don't know what you're doing, man.
Brother,
I got my level. My level is on 62.
oh, that's what okay. I got to switch it to do that.
My level is on 62.
I got it on 50.
Oh, all right. So hit the plus, and you could go up more. Bring it up more. Bring your mic up. Hit the plus sign. Now, see, now you got to back up because your mic. That's your headphones.
Too high. Yeah.
That way you ain't got to have the mic all up in your face. That's why you see my mic back here.
Yeah.
If I get close to it, you'll hear that ring now.
That's better too, Apostle. We can hear you better now.
Yeah.
Yeah. You might as well turn yours down, man, because I can't teach you this, man. You got your mic is right there by you. But anyway,
I had to learn, man.
yeah, that's how you turn it up. And you got your calls hooked up to it too, right?
Yeah.
If somebody call you.
Yeah, I got that hooked up too. But I don't need that now. Because
Okay.
I don't need you calling me in the show.
All right, got you. All right, so Jason Lee, go ahead, finish saying what you're saying, brother.
No, but yeah, pretty much what I was saying is, I know the brother said something about it matches some racial. I don't know what the brother. I think it was King J that was saying something like that.
And Jason, you were saying that there's a possibility that these people are real in the Bible. You saying?
Oh no, they're recorded. Now I'm not talking about Abraham. I can't vouch for Abraham. You got to remember the Bible is a pseudepigrapha. So it's.
And who are the people you're talking about? That
I'm
could
talking
be
about.
real?
I'm talking about.
The Bible is not pseudepigrapha.
Hold on, Apostle.
I'm talking about people like Ahaz, Ahaz. Like he's actually recorded in the Nimrod tablet.
All right.
And then you have Hezekiah's recorded in the Annals of Sennacherib. It's actually a prison.
Right.
What
It
about
mentions his
Jesus?
name.
What about Jesus and Moses and all of them?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah. That'll be hard to find. I'm not saying they didn't exist, but it'll be hard to prove that.
There's Roman writing from Pontius Pilate to Caesar about the situation that was going on in Rome at the time.
Does it mention Jesus?
The young Nazarite guy. That's the way it talks about it. A young Nazarite.
You know how we know that? You know how we know that Jesus never really existed?
We don't.
No, I do know. He didn't exist, my brother. Sorry, Keon.
Okay.
Because look, here's a man by the name of Jesus who have healed the dead, who has risen people out of the grave, right? Who has given salvation and freedom to, who have cleaned them up, who have done mad miracles and walked on water. And you don't have nobody talking about this dude worldwide?
about it.
No, listen to me.
Facts.
Listen to me. I'm not talking about a group of niggas that's trying to spread the poison on the dumb Negroes, brother.
That's a ridiculous argument.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Anybody to believe that got to be dumb Negroes, brother? You still caught up in slavery, man. That's what I'm talking about. Don't you know that? Oh my God, man. That's what I'm talking about. You can't be quiet when I'm talking. So I'm saying, don't you know, I'm talking about worldwide. My babies, I would believe in it. I would be saying, yo, this got to be real. Why? Because damn it, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, everybody and their mama would be following this. Because why? We got proof now. We see it. People all over the world is coming out. We got his bones right here in the museum. We see this. We see some of his hair. We see pieces of his garment, the clothes that he wore.
Facts.
We see his mother Mary.
Nobody saved nothing.
Can I ask
Nobody saved nothing.
Hold up, we see his mother Mary, and we see some of her clothes and the sandals of Jesus. Don't you know that? Man, all over the world, bro. Come on, man.
Hey, So with the Kmetic people having all that, why we all ain't Kmeticians? If we got all the evidence in the world for us to be worshiping the star and the sun, why we ain't being worshiping the star and the sun? Y'all got the bones, the evidence, the proof. Y'all got the tools. Y'all got all that, and yet nobody cares about the source.
Here's your answer, Keon. Because we don't worship a star. We don't.
Thank you.
Oh, brother. Yeah, Jabari is in the priest outfit doing 3 circles around.
Oh man, you want to become a sar.
Hold on,
you don't worship a sar.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on. Jabari don't worship him. Jabari just learned and practice. Jabari practiced the teachings of what's going on.
Stop it.
He does not worship.
Stop it.
The coffin called out his name from
Come on now.
coffin. A spirit spoke to him from the coffin. What the hell is
The man said he walked out on a cold Christmas day. The man Jabari said he ran out on a cold Christmas day after realizing that the truth of the Christian faith isn't real. Come on, brother. Let's stop it.
Up, man.
But that don't mean he worshiping. That's not a form of worship.
All right, brother. Whatever you want to call it.
That's
you want to call it.
That's spiritual.
You burn incense.
Yeah.
It's spiritual.
Ain't worshiping.
Okay.
He ain't give no offerings. He ain't prayed to it.
I guess we don't worship Jesus either. We're just spiritual with him, I guess.
left for the guy.
Y'all do worship Jesus.
Oh, I bet.
I bet.
I
do.
Hey, Jason, back to that point that you brought up earlier. Were you suggesting that the population were Negroid? Are you saying that these Hebrews are Negroid? Is that black people?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm saying is the whole Noah and 3 sons theory that was written later.
Okay, so Jason, that primary source that you interjected, that sa.neter, right? Have you seen those annals and they depict those actual group of Hebrews? And we see the fringes and everything, right? Do you know those?
What do you mean?
No,
they don't show fringes. They show turbans and
they show fringes.
On which one? On the Lachish relief?
The prism.
The sacking of Lachish?
The prism. Where
the prism is just words. They're just in the ancient Akkadian.
All right, hey, hold on. Brother Lai, if you're listening, Nepal is back, brother. Nepal is back, and we're waiting on you to hit the panel. What was the question for Nepal?
He's on the panel.
Brother Lai right there. Oh, okay. All right, Brother Lai, go ahead. Ask Nepal your question, brother.
Peace, Nepal. What evening. The question that I had for you, basically, sis, was this. In regards to in Kemet, you said something earlier in the conversation stating that most of the names actually derive from Kemet from the Bible, correct? Of the priests.
Yeah, I'm listening.
That being the case, what's the reference point that you use to gather that information? Where?
The fact that there are Kemetic names.
Yes.
Okay, well, there are different historians that bring that up.
Historians or actual documents and reference points where someone wanted to do the research on their own, they can find and search on their own. That's what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
from the historians. That's the research you would do. You would look at the historians, you would look at the names. You'll find out that Miriam.
Can I get a couple of names?
Huh?
Can I have a couple of names?
Yeah, Miriam, Moses, Phineas. Miriam, Moses, Phineas, Aaron. That's Miriam, Moses, Phineas, Aaron. That's 4. There's a couple others. I can look them up for you.
So you saying those Egyptian names and not Hebrew?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Miriam is not Hebrew.
Yes, it's Egyptian. So look, Brother La, now that she's here, she jogged my memory. So when we
hold on, Jay, you gotta hold on.
Okay, go. Okay.
Okay. Did you hear the names?
Yes.
Okay.
You said Miriam, Moses. What other names did you use?
Aaron.
Hophni, her, Phineas, Moses, Miriam. Mostly, well, Jabari tells us about the name Mary.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he does.
So
yes, he does. Mary. Yeah.
So
now
Mary,
the question.
Yes, Barry said it. I guess it's true.
I need everybody to go on mute, man. So Nepal and Brother Locke can have a discussion, y'all.
Thank you so much. It's not the fact that Jabari said it. I'm using another teacher who is a historian who's definitely not biased towards anything that I'm saying. And I just mentioned that he can corroborate that at least the name Mary, which is Miriam, is Kemetic. But I gave you Hophni. Let me go back. I got the information right here. I'm pulling it up for y'all. Share screen. So there is the information that. Let's get that. I'm just looking for the name. Go ahead. What? While I'm looking it up, you can speak, but I'm getting the information.
This is why Nepal is the champion of the HOK.
What I was asking was an actual Egyptian text in the methodology where I can go back and see and hear. I can see the names for myself in any text and read in any text.
So Brother La, you could reference the word Kameri, T-A, and then M-R-Y, Kameri. So that is the beloved land. In Aramaic, it would translate to something similar, right? What's the word for beloved in Arabic?
It's the same thing in America.
No, I'm asking him, Apostle.
I'm just saying, but that's what
I'm asking him, Apostle. Brother, let him answer, brother. What's the word for beloved in Arabic? Beloved.
You don't know the word?
I know in Hebrew it's Dawood.
What is it in Arabic?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
In Arabic, it would be Dawood.
Dawood.
It's Dawood. It's similar. The words for the most part, the words in brother, Dawood, beloved, the words are similar in regards with Arabic and Hebrew. They're basically somewhat similar in the same.
Exactly.
Like Dawood.
Yes.
Beloved. Talking about David. Dawood. In the Hebrew.
David. Okay.
Not David.
The H and the V are interchangeable.
There is no V in ancient Hebrew.
Is it a sound that pronounces that?
Habibi, some people would say
they took the wa.
Apostle.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a reference point.
I know what you're
of
doing.
what text.
Richard Friedman is who you can look for, and he shows you the information on the Kemetic names, which, as I said, I've named the ones that are actually most popular. Moses is a Kemetic name. Okay. Hophni is a Kemetic name. And you're asking me, where can I go to the Kemetic text? That's your job. You can go find out from a Kemetic scholar, if you don't believe me, and they will show you possibly.
No, I'm asking Nepal, when you research this, you got this from someone else? Or did you actually go from an Egyptian source?
Just like I wouldn't get this information from my own thought, because it's factual information that isn't something that's subjective. It's actual information, historical information, that the name Moses is a Kemetic name, the name Miriam is a Kemetic name, the name Phineas is a Kemetic name, Hophni, Aaron, those are Kemetic names.
Okay, disagree.
And brother La,
disagree that Moses, excuse me.
Hold up, Nepal. And brother La, just like your brother Reggie, just like all the other scholars.
Respectfully, sa.neter, respectfully, let's not mention brother Reggie's name. Let's not mention him. Respectfully.
All right, brother La, respectfully, I'm going to mention Reggie's name, brother. All right, just like your brother Reggie, just like everybody else, brother, they go and get information from other people. What are you talking about? Everybody get knowledge and information from other people.
Facts.
From their own thoughts. That's why people research. So when you say, "Oh, Nepal, did you get this from somebody else?" Everybody get knowledge from everybody. That's the way this works. That's what research is. And Reggie Mouth is not a prayer book, brother. So not to me, he ain't. He may be to you, brother.
Not for me at all. Not for me at all.
I'm not disrespecting the brother. I just showed you that all the scholars get information from everybody. With all due respect,
what I was primarily asking for is this: if she gave me what she did give me, if I was able to go to, just say for argument's sake, I go to the Met Museum, and I want to research this, I can go pull this up in the archives. I can pull up this. I can pull up that. A starting point, or what she used, and I can piggyback off that. That's all I was saying.
Okay, now she's on her presentation. Now go ahead. Let's go, Nepal. Because you're the best that ever did this, man. You're one of the best.
And I'd like to make a comment afterwards too, Brother Sa, because something needs to be said.
Person who's
decoding. You was on mute, Nepal. I just took you off mute. Go ahead.
Oh, damn, I was talking a long time. Okay, brother-in-law, you asked me, where did I see this information? These facts that I'm telling you, not my feelings, not my opinion, not something that can be argued for 50 years on the House of Consciousness. The fact is that the name Moses is a Kemetic name. The fact is that the name Phineas is a Kemetic name. The fact is the name Hophni, the name Aaron, those are Kemetic names. Now, here is an expert who, one of the most popular ones is Richard Freeman. Richard Freeman says right here in this text, this is an excerpt from some of his work. I believe, give me a minute. Here's the names, but let me scroll up and see if he wrote this. And if not, this is someone reviewing his work. Yes, this is Richard Freeman. He's been studying this for decades. He's been studying Kemet, the Exodus. He's been studying Israel, the Levitical priesthood, all of that. Now he says right here, the Levites were members of a group associated with Moses. The Exodus and the Sinai events depicted in the Bible. In the Torah, Moses is identified as a Levite. Also, out of all of Israel, only Levites had Egyptian names, brother-in-law. That's what I'm showing you. This isn't something that is just he feels it. This is fact that you can, if you don't want to listen to this expert, you can go ask someone else that maybe you trust. Moses?
No, what I did, Nepal, is once you gave it to me, I wrote it down, and what I would do is I would look at it on my own.
Okay,
I'm not
great.
here to argue and debate.
That's no, and you know what? It's okay, and I appreciate you doing your own research, brother. Moses, Phineas, Hophni, and Hur are all Egyptian names. He didn't even. There's more. Mary, or how did you say it? Miriam is the name. It's Miriam is really the Hebrew word. Miriam is comes from the Kemetic name Mary or Mary. The name Mary is Miriam when you translate. Sa.neter. So yeah, this isn't my opinion. That's the fact. So I heard the elder say he disagreed, but everybody knows.
I saw that. I said, what's his name?
Which one, brother?
The one you just read, the guy's name.
Richard Friedman? Friedman?
Yeah.
Friedman? Yeah.
Which one is it? Friedman or Freeman?
It's Fried, like they fried. F-R-I-E-D-M-A-N.
I got it.
Yes. So that's where that information, but he's not the only one who says that though. He's not, but he's an expert that I wanted to give.
One thing you can count on is that Nepal will bring her source. You know why?
Thank you, honey.
She will bring her source because she's the one that come out with this.
Source up or shut up.
So you know she's gonna live by that, man. She's gonna source up. Where Apostle is not gonna show no sources. Apostle ain't gonna show none of that. Apostle think his sources is in the Bible. That's what he do. I love my brother, but you know,
Amen.
A lot of it in the Bible.
Yeah, see, there you go. See, there you go.
Question.
Apostle think his sources is in the Bible. See?
Amen.
Sure you can. Who wants to ask me a question?
Yeah.
Jason.
Garfield thinks his book he wrote.
Sure, Jason Lee, ask me the question when the apostle's done.
Okay, the question I wanted to ask is, I know you were comparing the Levitical priesthood to the Kemetic priesthood, but being that Kemet had their priesthoods were based on geography, like in different cities had different cults. So do you know which one the Levitical priests might have taken a lot of their customs from?
Yeah, they still did the same customs, even though they had different regions. Just like Levites had different regions, meaning they were amongst all the different tribes in their different allotted land.
But so they had one law for the the book of Leviticus. They had like one like common law that they had, no matter where they were. If they were following what's written in Leviticus, then it wouldn't matter where they were. But in Egypt, the different
you were asking me and now you're telling me. It's weird. You cut me off and now you're telling me, or are you asking me?
No, well, I'm going based on my knowledge of
go ahead and say what you need to say, and then I'll come back in and try to answer you.
No, well, what I was saying, I know you said that the Levites were spread out through Israel. Yeah, they had 48 cities where the Levites were able to stay, but the book of Leviticus still had the same rituals. But in Egypt, the different cults, they had different cosmology stories. They even had different hymns to their deities. So I just wanted to know. I'm not disputing you. I just wanted to know.
Actually, you are disputing me. Don't be scared. But
I'm not. I'm asking.
No, let me answer you though. Number one, when I say they're the prototype, you and everybody else needs to learn what that means. No disrespect, but I mean this. I didn't say it's the identical. It means just what I said, a prototype. They took their priesthood and formed it based on the the Kemetic priesthood. They did their way. But I will say this, where you're wrong. You're talking about when the kingdom was together. But once the kingdom was not together, Jason Lee, when the kingdom split, the 10 tribes, and then there was the northern and the southern, they had different rituals. They worship different gods in different ways. So it's exactly
all the Levites.
Wait, see, this is why I went on to nobody talked over him. Okay. So when you came in and said they had different cosmology and different things, well, if you want to do that, I'm not trying to say apples or apples to oranges, but if you want to do that, Hebrews did the same thing. They moved over, they separated in different regions, different lands, and they started worshiping in different ways and different gods. So back to what I was saying, it's a prototype. The Levitical priesthood came out of it modeled itself, I should say. I know that hurts people's feelings when I say came out of. They modeled their priesthood after the Kemetic priesthood.
And how did they do that?
Can I answer that
in
question
several ways. Number one, how did they do that? One way, well, they decided that they want to have only a certain amount of people. Are you listening? Because you asked me a question, and this is a fact. In the Levitical priesthood, just like the Kemetic priesthood, they wanted to have it kept in the bloodline. Kemetic priesthood is passed down from father to son usually. It doesn't have to be, but don't do that. Don't cut me off.
Yeah, most places will.
No. You're cutting me off. You don't do that, please. Most of the time, it wasn't set in stone in Kemet, like it was. See, that's why I said prototype. In Kemet, Jason Lee, fathers often pass their priesthood down to their sons or over to family members, maybe a cousin or a nephew. In Kemet, the priesthood often stayed in the family. With the Levitical priesthood, the similarity is they passed it through the family. It was bloodline, but they said, no, we're going to be strict. It's going to be specifically bloodline. So although they're following the model of keeping it in the family and the bloodline, like Kemet, they said, but ours is going to be for sure strictly bloodline. That's one way. Another way is they started doing the rituals a lot like the Kemetic rituals. I told you the tabernacle in the wilderness was modeled after the Kemetic temple. It's almost identical as far as the architecture and the layout.
Facts.
So those are two big points.
Who said facts?
Another point is they in Kemet they had a priesthood for what was it? Let's see, 1,000. If we're talking about what was the first, not pre-dynasty, like they had priesthoods basically for millennia. They had priesthood. There was no priesthood for Israelites until they left Kemet. The minute they left Kemet, Moses said, we're going to have a priesthood. And guess what? Those priests, you can see that they had Kemetic names. Okay. And my take is that there was Kemetic blood in a lot of those people.
I agree. That's what I brought up earlier about the skulls that they found in Judah back in 1938. Those skulls, when it tested back, it was identical to those in Upper Egypt and in Nubia.
But Jason,
so
that's
it
not
cuts
a point.
back to that.
But that's kind of
wait, Seven. Hold on, Seven. Let me answer this.
That's kind of hard to.
Yo. Let Lee finish, y'all. Let him finish. Finish.
And you also got to think about the history of Egypt in the Levant. Like there's no. I mean, we got records, Egyptian records. Have you ever heard of the Anastasi papyruses?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Papyrus and Annie.
But the Anastasi papyrus is referring to runaway slaves that are running from Egypt into the Levant. Now, granted, it's only talking about 2, but what I'm saying is you can see a migration from people leaving Kemet going into the Levant. So if you subscribe to the Noah's 3 son theory, then you would say, okay, no, the Israelites are Semitic. But I don't subscribe to that. So those people living in the southern Levant were of Egyptian descent. So it would make sense that they would have Egyptian names.
Nah. So Jason Lee, let me just clarify something real quick. The question you asked earlier in regards to so listen, when I say the Simsu Hor, so I'm kind of familiar with the question you asked in regards to the different 42 nomes, right? Each nome has a different temple. Some nomes may be the crocodile nome. Some now may be where the apists is worship. Inside that gnome, that particular animal will be revered. You understand what I'm saying? The bull, the crocodile. So they are different sects, right?
The dog.
They're different sects. So when I say Simsu Hor, right, that means followers of Horus. Okay. So
all right. Oh, go ahead, Jay. I thought you was finished. Go ahead, brother.
Well, I was making a correlation with asking him about if he's familiar with followers of the way in the Bible, and how the followers of Jesus are referred to as followers of the way.
I don't believe in Jesus.
Before you go on to that, I want to get back to hearing him say, you agree that the northern and the southern kingdoms weren't worshiping the same during that time, right, Jason?
Oh no, I definitely agree with you as far as they were following the deities in those cities, the neighboring people, but it never says that the Levites were following.
Okay, you asked me about the different regions worshiping differently.
Well, in Egypt.
Okay.
In Egypt. Yeah.
Now, and I said they did worship differently. They made their own priests. They had their own worship, right? Basically, and their own temples in the northern kingdom. That's the answer. Now, if you're going back to talk about the actual priesthood, if you really want to double down, the actual Kemetic priesthood and their rituals and their practices of the gods, they had different gods, but I would really be interested in you showing me how different, as far as the actual priest, the way they shaved their bodies, the way they washed, he's gone. Oh, no, he didn't. The way they washed themselves, the way they did sacrifice to the gods to remove sin. I would like to see you. I want you to show me where Kemetic priests were doing that so differently across the board. My point is, the Kemetic priesthood, when you talk about Kemetic priests, whatever region it is, if it's what is it, Heliopolis? Was it Heliopolis? Is that what it was?
Yeah, that was the Ra cult.
Or Thebes. I know I'm not. Sorry if I'm using the Hellenized names, everybody. But
no,
anyway.
you're right.
Yeah.
Thebes was the cult of Amun, was incarnate.
Right. So was it the cult of, no, it wasn't. I thought it was the cult. Was it the cult of Amun? You might be right.
Yeah, it's incarnate.
I thought it was.
All right, everybody, hold on. Let me get Cosmon in here. He didn't speak yet. He been waiting. Cosmon, what's up, brother?
Salute sa.neter, salute the sister Napah, salute everybody on the panel. Out to the people. Hey, listen. You can take me off the big thing. Sometimes, and my sister, me and my sister Napah, we rub elbows and throw bows sometimes. But when it's on point and it's right, you got to give her credit. She is so far, she is so far ahead of y'all right now. Listen, she's so far ahead of y'all.
Come on.
That she don't even know all the stuff she bringing out right now. What y'all got to understand is in the Aramaic or the Paleo Hebrew, there is no word for priest.
Come on.
Let me show y'all how. Hold on, let me show y'all why that is and how that connects to they got the whole priestly system out of Egypt. See, what y'all got to understand is an Israelite never needed a priest to go into the inner sanctum or the Holy of Holies. Because he was born an Israelite, he could just go in there. So who needed the priest? Those who needed the law. The lawless need the law. Listen, they are called Leviticans. There were people who came out of Egypt along with Israel. Listen, those people become Leviticans. And what I'm telling you is the word in Hebrew today is a total 100% loan word. Whereas the loan word is 100% Egyptian. It's kohen. It's the word kohen. It's a 100% loan word from Egypt. Why? Because real Israelites never needed a priest. That is only for the people afterwards who were coming after them trying to be like the real Israelites. Need a book to teach you how to be you when you've been doing it so long and so well that your God took pity up on you and got you up out of Egypt. Why would he turn around and give you a book? He didn't. He turned around and gave it to the people who wanted to be like you. What she's drop a bomb on this, because what she unwittingly tied in is that it is the Kohen, the direct connect to the Egyptian, which the modern day Jew claims his heritage through. They say they got the Kohen.
I don't know why you're doing that.
Listen. Hold on. Listen, let me hold on, because
I was just about to say that it was Yiddish. That's Yiddish.
Listen, Napah is cooking. What y'all don't know is she just revealed how these white people tied themselves into the nigger story.
Damn. Oh, niggas, please. You couldn't even get
it's
that
with
right.
The Kohen. Listen, it's called sa.neter. Listen, let me share something with you. I think I'm playing.
Hold on. Let me tell you what it is. What it is some Hebrew men hate when another man gives a woman props and gives her support. They just hate it. They hate it, man. You know, because you're gonna be labeled as, what do they call that? What do they call that?
A real nigga?
No, what they call me?
No, that's all they call us. Other things don't even matter.
Right.
The word is Kahan. It ain't no Kohen.
It's Kohen.
It's not. That's Yiddish.
No, it's the same thing.
Yes,
they don't call us
the same thing. Listen, share my screen. Because he don't speak Yiddish. And guess what? This is how they wrote themselves into your story.
Oh, nigga, please. You ain't got
with the Zodiacal 12 charts.
Hey, yo, time out. Yo, when I put you on mute, that means stay on mute until it's your time. Stop taking yourself off mute, because I don't want to put you in the back, man. I'm putting you on mute for a reason. I'm trying to teach y'all how to be disciplined. When someone is speaking, let him speak without interruption. If you think he's wrong, write it down. When it's your turn to speak, attack the hell out of it. But let the brother speak so other people can hear him. Go ahead, brother.
Now look, this is what she just unwittingly bombed on you niggas with. That the Kohen, which means priest, Kohen, first of all, it's supposed to be from Hebrew, but it's not from the real Hebrews, because they don't have a word for it, because they never needed a priest, ever. This is why Aaron, another name straight from the Egyptians, is the very first Levite. But what is a Levite? A Levite are those who of no knowledge, no learning, no God, who just happen to walk up out of Egypt with the Israelites. So this is how you get your stories of people supposedly claiming up some tribes out there with a son called Ishmael. They couldn't figure out who they was kin to. Well, we kin to Abraham, and we kin to the 12. Well, we kin to Ishmael. Yeah. We the Ishmaelites. And this is where you get this story today. The Kohen modal haplotype. They tracing it, but it go back to Egypt. But they wasn't even Egyptians. They was just enslaved there.
And say Kohen, Apostle. All right, we're gonna move forward. Thank you, brother. I'm gonna let
thank you, Cosmon Cal.
Yeah, all right, let Apostle go, y'all.
She way ahead of y'all right now.
Thank you, brother.
What he said ain't got nothing to do with what she said. I don't know why he's coming up in here agreeing, capping like he did the last time I cut his head off. That Kohen ain't got nothing. Nepal, you wouldn't even talk about no Kohen. Let's be serious. Don't let him do that.
Well, all he's saying is the line of those are the Levitical priests.
No,
those are the high priests.
That's the network ain't even 200 years old.
Let him talk, Nepal. Let him go.
No, I'm
it's not even 200. The Hebrew word for priest is Kohan.
Yeah, I thought the Horway were the priest.
Yo, King J, come on, bro. Let him go.
H-A-N. That's what it is. Kohan. It ain't Cohen. Okay? That's European, Ashkenazi, German stuff. Yiddish. Mixed in with the Masoretic, the modern Jew, who's against DNA, made it illegal. So why would they have that put up there, that J marker like that? Which is the same marker that I have. Because they ain't that marker. They only claim, when they found out about them African Levites, the Limber tribe, and the Limber was more Israelite than the Israelites in Israel. They turned around 2 years ago and made it illegal to do DNA. That's just crazy, man.
All right. Thank you, Apostle. King J, let's go.
Peace, I'm here. I did take a note. The point I wanted to attack was Jason points that he's overall trying to bring in regards to, I think he's trying to make these Hebrews black. I disagree with that vehemently. He's trying to use these skulls as a way to do so, and I'm going to so the Badarian skulls, right? If you're familiar with that skull, those cranial tests, you'll find that the Badarian skulls test is like 99 of those skulls. 33 of them are what we would call Mesopotamian. And the other 33% what we would call Negroid. And then the other 33% are what we would call a mixture of the both. So when you say that these skulls are found in Nubia, I mean Upper Egypt, so what? Badaria is right there. So if you're insinuating,
I didn't say Upper Egypt.
You said you did.
It was.
You're found where?
Go ahead, King J. Go ahead, King J.
No, he's on mute. He said they were found where?
No, just speak your piece. He's gonna get his own piece.
Okay.
He's gonna be able to refute it when it's his turn.
Okay. Yeah. So those Badarian skulls would show the admixture in that region, and I'll call it Kashmeh, and what we would call the South. So those skulls found in that Badarian region, Nakada area, I would make an argument that is admixture. You have to go farther down south to find those Negroid. So I'm asking you, what's your point of saying that those skeletons? Because you can't look at skeletons to determine race. And if you're subscribing to the skull, the cranial measurements, I'm asking you, are you subscribing to scientific racism?
No, I'm not subscribing.
Right. Go ahead, brother. You got the floor.
No, first I said that the skulls were found in Lachish. Lachish is a city in Judah. The results were that they were identical to the series of skulls that were found in Upper Egypt and Kerma. But there were some variations. The nasal cavity was different. That was the only thing that they found that was distinguishable between the series. With the fact that the alphabet that they used originated in Kemetic and worked its way north from Thebes to Sinai up into the Levant. So not only do you have the language or the alphabet coming out of Kemetic, you also have rituals that you do find that are similar. So with all those being said, and then the skulls on top of that, and the people of that region, the only pictures, not pictures, but drawings that we have from the Egyptians depict them as having dark skin. So when you add all those up, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't know what Negroid it means to you, but being black doesn't necessarily mean being Negro.
Of course. So have you seen the Beni Hassan mural? Because that's the only depiction that I've seen that really shows the color of it. Pull up the Beni Hassan mural.
Well, no, I'm not worried about. I can show you other pictures that the Egyptians showed of people.
All right, King J. No, we got to move forward, brother. As I got 4 hours in, and I got to get ready to close this thing out, man. It's 12 o'clock where I'm at. So Asar, it's on you, brother.
Yeah, I just want to say that earlier today we as the Kmetics were accused to being biased and I guess disrespectful to Israelites because we don't believe what they believe or allow them to say it, and we discredit it. And I find it funny that when we're on here and we're talking scholarship, like what Sister Nepal did, scholarship, like what a Pastor Bennett does, scholarship, like what a Captain Tazoriak does, when they come up here and present their sources. But don't nobody come on this show, on this panel, and show more sources than Brother Jabari. Every time he comes on here, he shows those sources. He is our resident scholar, and he should be respected as so. And I hear people on here saying, "Well, if Jabari said it, so what?" He shows and proves what he says. I can quote. I can quote Jabari because what I'm quoting, he showed. He's a scholar to be quoted, and I'll put his information and his scholarship up against any of you Israelites out there. So I think that his scholarship, his name, his study, his research, as well as all the other brothers and sisters in here who put in work and show and prove it to us when they teaching, they should get the praise they deserve. So nobody should be butthurt because Sister Nepal is getting praise. Nobody should be butthurt because Brother Jabari is getting praise. Nobody should be butthurt if Pastor Bennett is getting praise. We should appreciate the work they give to us, absorb the information, and move on.
Let me just say, can I just
hold
say?
On the Paul, hold on, the Paul. Hold on.
I just want to say something.
Hold on, the Paul.
I wanted to respond to him before we move.
Hold on, the Paul. All right. It is only right that I pass it to my champion, HOK champ, who's been kicking ass, who's been kicking butt, and I will no longer save you Negroes that come over here thinking you know something. I'm letting her go now. I've been trying to save y'all because I didn't want the disrespect to come because I know how it is when the women start going in. Men get butt hurt, men get weak in the knees, and then what do they result to? Personal stuff. But no more of that. We ready for that. We ready for all of that. So we're going to be kicking ass and taking names and just putting you down as a mark on our board after we finish you. All right. So without any further ado, I'll let the champ close us out. Close us out, champ.
Okay. Hey, Napah, before you close out, can I ask you a question real quick? Since this is your show. You did what
It's not my show. Is it my show? No.
Yeah, it's your show now since you came at.
Thank you, honey. What's up? I want to remind me, sa.neter, what you said about Jabari, but go ahead. Yeah, Cosmon, what's up, my friend?
No, my understanding is you dig what I'm saying. A lot of this hinges, the Hebrew narrative of the story hinges on, you dig what I'm saying, where was the Israelites at a certain time. So my thing would be, the most important part would be to prove who Moses was, right? So, and if you couldn't prove that, you would have to back your narrative all the way down. Not you personally, but anybody.
No, a person would,
yeah, but not you. But my question is, who do you think Moses was in Egypt, and what time? What time do you think he was in?
Why are you asking me the question
that we can be on another time. We can be on another time.
First off, I listen. They want to say, "Oh, you don't love the Torah if you say this." That's not true. Moses was the son of an Egyptian woman, and he, from what I'm looking at, he possibly was his father was one of the foreigners. And people don't understand that the Israelites, I'm gonna say the Hyksos for my brother sa.neter. Let's just entertain me, and let's entertain this. So let's say the Hyksos were the Israelites of the book. The Hyksos, what do two power heads do? they tried to, marry they want alliances through marriage.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? So for me, my research, I'm still doing it, but I'm ready to come out with this.
Mm-hmm.
Moses his father was a Hyksos and his mother was Kemetic. And that's who I think he was. I think he definitely was in the royal bloodline. If we're using the name Moses, of course, the name Moses was probably not the name of the person.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Who you think he was? Because I personally think Moses is a historical person, right? It's just the narrative been conflated.
Yeah, I do. I know Moses. I do know there was a character. So see, people point at. They'll say, Akhenaten. They'll say, oh, it must be Akhenaten, which is, that they do say that can be looked at. But what I'm looking at with the story, to my Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters, that doesn't mean that I don't love Torah. It doesn't mean for me, it doesn't change anything. It just enhances the story more, and it gives me more. It gives me more of a clear. It's more logical, right? Everybody, Cosmon, because you can see there is real politics going on. If you even today, you have people there. Hear me out. Who are saying we're these people, you're not. And then they're trying to point and say, and then these other people over there in Kemet, they're the people, and none of you are. So I don't know. It's just like I'm still working on it. So my answer is Moses was a royal. He was a blend of both.
Yes.
Both sides. Yeah.
Now let me give you a little insight that the Egyptologists know, and this is why they got 3 different timelines, right? I personally, this is what I personally know to be true, is that the 1550 starting the new starts the new era or the new kingdom with Amos. I know that one to be the right one. This is what they won't tell you, and I'm about to give them part of secret, and she about to come back and fire y'all ass up. This is what they don't know.
We're going to have to see that, because that's the interesting conversation, what y'all saying about Moses.
Watch this, Napah. I'm about to get in the game, and she about to come fire y'all ass up, because it's going to become very apparent who Moses is.
Come on.
Watch this. What they don't tell us, Napah, is that the 12th dynasty of Northern Avarice of the Hyksos, right, is running concurrent with the 17th, 16th, and 15th of the Thebans in the south.
I think you mentioned that before, and I looked into that. So, you know what? That's actually strengthened my position.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so much that when I bring it out right now, people like sa.neter he's getting upset. People get upset on both sides, Kemet and Israel. They don't like to hear
sa.neter. What if I told you sa.neter?
I'm not upset. It's an interesting conversation. What you guys are building.
It's an interesting conversation. So, what are the prerequisites for this guy Moses? Right? Yeah. What are the prerequisites? He has to have a father. Right? We tying him next to the Hyksos. I'm saying he was the son of a Hyksos king in Avarice.
And also, let me jump in, which is really, we're saying Levite according to the story, but go on.
I don't even think they're there yet.
But you get what I'm saying, though.
No, if you say he's the son of the Hyksos kings, I'm following you.
Wait a minute, Cosmon. This is what I've been seeing. Listen, he can fit in all the bloodlines to inherit the so-called power or the
facts.
Yeah. So he fits with the
but this is how it's done, though. He has to be the son of a ruler who ruled for more than 46 years consecutively. And then he has to be a ruler with no known male heirs, but who gets a male heir. And then his daughter must rule after him. Right? And then this guy has to rule as a co-regent for a while, and then he just disappears. That happens in the 12th dynasty of the Hyksos. But what they not telling you is Apophis and Amenemhat is the same guy. So
how do you prove that? You're gonna have to show that.
You can't prove that.
Watch this. Yeah, I can prove it. And then hold on. Amenemhat has a son who rules as a vice regent for 9 to 12 years, and then he disappears. Right? Amenemhat. He gets a son out of nowhere. He's a known king who didn't have a son, but somewhere he gets a son out of nowhere, and we got Amenemhat IV. That's Moses. And then he just disappears. Same thing happens with Moses in the Bible. He rules as a vice regent for 9 years, and then he gets removed from the office.
Okay, my
peace to everybody.
Have a good one. Appreciate it.
I'm saying.
Yeah, thank you. Cosmon, you got to get in touch with sa.neter so I can get some of your information. We have to compare notes. I want to say thank you for coming in, Cosmon, Jason Lee, sa.neter. I was going to say, I used Jabari for my opening on my debate. I used his information, and a lot of people laughed, but I agree with you. Jabari, he is a well-known
source.
He's a source, and so I did use used him in the beginning of my debate, and so I just wanted to mention that to you. Peace to everybody. Peace. I do go back and forth with my brother Jabari, but he's an excellent expert.
They can't take the pressure, sa.neter. You gotta have your shit together on sa.neter. They be cracking out the pressure on sa.neter. Yeah, look, this the toughest environment streaming. Ain't got a source and you reaching. It's the home of consciousness and communication. It's the toughest environment streaming. Yeah, they can't take the pressure, sa.neter. You gotta have your shit together on sa.neter. They be cracking under pressure on sa.neter. Yeah, this the toughest environment streaming. If you ain't got a source and you reaching, it's the home of consciousness and communications. It's the toughest environment stream. A clay pot to a priestess. Knowledge took a hold in my mind. I seek the origin. Workers are collected to go from brothers to partisans. Tell me your agenda, the purpose of your historian. We just kicking knowledge to push our people to war again. Battles for the mind of the youth who ask questions. God's son still in the flesh. That's sa.neter. Being is the enemy, knowing I know nothing. Get it off your chest when I call, don't start running. When you in that hot seat, nigga, don't start bugging. Put you in that back chain, that's that thugging. Sounding like a whole lot of faith that won't cut it. Waiting for the next episode, straight out of Harlem. I was planting seeds on the corner, just trying to blossom. Thoughts in the minds of our people to lead a God, nigga. Yeah, they can't take the pressure, sa.neter. Gotta have your shit together on sa.neter. They be cracking under pressure on sa.neter.